Okay. Madam Clerk. Manager. Manager. All right, we're waiting for the clerk. Where's the clerk? Hello, hello. Sorry. We're about to start. Okay. Good evening, everyone. We're about to start our City Commission meeting for Tuesday, March 18th. Madam Clerk, can you please do the roll call, please?
Here.
We can't hear you.
There's something wrong with microphones.
So, Commissioner
I'm here.
Yeah, phones are not working.
Mike's not working for the. Okay.
It's not working either.
Mine isn't working for some reason. Okay. No, there should be somebody back there. They went there. That's working right now. I think you just tapped it.
Testing.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Commissioner Chernoff.
Again? Here.
Commissioner Florimon.
Here.
Commissioner Jean. Here. Commissioner Smith. Present. Commissioner Smuckler.
Present.
Vice Mayor Lin Su.
Here.
Mayor Michael Joseph.
I am here.
You have quorum, sir.
Okay. Next item is invocation, and I do see a pastor in the audience. Pastor Vasquez, would you mind coming on up, doing a invocation for us? Mrs. Vasquez. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we come before your presence, giving you all the honor and glory. I pray for our mayor and his family. I pray for the commissioners and their staff. I ask you, Lord, grant them wisdom, health, favor, and grace. I pray for every woman in this city. Give them the strength and show your love through every season in life. Let your will be done in this city, and let your power and love shine over us. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Amen. Next is Pledge of Allegiance. Please, everyone stand.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Next item is item number 4, request for withdrawals, deferments, and additions. Madam Clerk.
Testing. Perfect. Mayor,
Yes.
per the request of Vice Mayor Lin Su, an added item titled UMC Free Clinic will be added under legislation, and that will now be item 11.4. At the request of Commissioner Smith, discussion items regarding city communication, that will be item 15.6, and the other item is called Texas U-Turn, and that will be item 15.7.
Okay.
Those are the only changes we have.
Next item.
Mayor,
Yes.
you would want to make a motion to accept?
Yes. Do I have a motion on the agenda?
Motion.
Motion to accept.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. Yes. So we're gonna vote on the agenda as amended. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right. Passes unanimously. Next is presentations 5.1. Our former Mayor Tomas Regalado, now property appraiser for the great county of Miami-Dade County, Commissioner Fortuna Smuckler. Oh, is it on?
Now? Yes. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, City Attorney, City Clerk, residents. My name is Tomas Regalado, and I, like you, was a commissioner for 12 years in the city of Miami, and then mayor of the city on 2 terms. Some people thought that I was going to retire, but I guess nobody does. But on November 5th, I and a group of people ran for 5 new constitutional positions in the charter of the state of Florida and Miami-Dade County. One of them was the sheriff, the tax collector, the supervisor of elections, the clerk of the court, and of course the property appraisal. So I'm here to offer the services of the new property appraisal office of Miami-Dade County. We are an independent entity, although we function with the county, but we want to work with all the municipalities in our area. In fact, this is my first presentation before a body like you, but I will be going to different cities throughout the county to tell you the service that we have. What can we do for your residents, and what can you do for us in terms of information? We need information. I found that sometimes things cannot be filed or get ready for archive and documented because we don't have enough information about zoning changes and other platting issues in the different municipalities. And that sometimes create a problem in terms of value. So I'm here to tell you that We would like to work with you, Mr. Manager, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. I have found that so many people in this great county do not have information about the benefits that they have in terms of having a home. We have 483,000 homes with homestead exemption in Miami-Dade County, and most of them don't know the widows exemption, the veterans exemption, the elderly residents exemption, and they're paying more money. I know that it's sometimes it's good for government, but the people are not using their benefit. So we are creating a calendar of outreach visits to municipalities, and we want to join you when you have an important event in the city, like fair or something that would bring your residents. We will bring our team with the computers. We can even solve problems on site here. One thing that we are starting next week is that we will have a mobile team that will go to the homes of people with special needs. Anyone with special needs that cannot mobilize to go to one of our offices to fill papers or to bring documents, we will go to them. And we feel that by helping one family a day or one person a day, we're doing the work that the people of Miami-Dade County order us to do. So I'm here to tell you that we're ready to work with North Miami Beach. This is a beautiful city and a thriving city, and anything that you need, please, just a phone call away. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I have a question. Before you go, I have one question through the mayor. So do you have somebody, without it being a fair where you might have a table and a booth, do you have somebody at the tax department that I'm the liaison for the appraisal
The
department?
property appraisal, absolutely.
Well, the reason I said taxes, because you hit upon a very important part. I am in the liaison for seniors, and there's 100 people that come once a month, and they probably can have a reduction of their taxes, disability or age. Do you have somebody that we could maybe schedule come and speak for 15 minutes to
Absolutely,
them?
absolutely.
Okay, I will arrange it.
Tomorrow morning?
Tomorrow, no. Tomorrow morning is just the board. That's the board at 9:30.
No,
On a Friday
no.
afternoon.
No, but really, this is what we want to do.
Yeah.
This is, and if you guys decide, we can have a liaison with our office, so we can assign a person that can be a liaison with your office. But we can bring people with knowledge about exemption, all exemption. In fact, we are launching a campaign to inform the members of the community that have business and industry about the different taxing that we have by state statute for property, tangible property. And some people don't know. They may have a restaurant or something, or a market. Some people don't know that they can have an exemption of $25,000 and not pay taxes on tangible property. So yes, we're willing to we'll bring our equipment. The only thing we need is internet connection, and we'll bring people, we'll organize that, and we'll bring people who can answer, not only answer, but look at their property and fill the forms that are necessary for them. In fact, March 1st was the deadline to fill the homestead exemption for this year's taxing year. According to the state statute, I have the authority to extend it. So I have extended the filing period to September. By extraordinary circumstances, I mean if a person was traveling, was in the hospital, couldn't make it. So we will fill the homestead exemption and be part of the taxing year 2025.
As our economic development group grows, I would like you to also think of coming to them about the businesses. I appreciate that, all of it. That's something I didn't even know.
Right. I mean, one of the things that we have seen with the seniors is, Commissioner, that when they create a trust, it could be a mess. It could be something that they could lose their homestead exemption just because they omit one name. So this council, they don't need an attorney. I'm sorry, Mr. Attorney. They don't need an attorney. We'll bring the people with the expertise, and maybe we can help some people.
Much appreciated.
Thank you.
Appreciated.
We have Commissioner Flourmont, and then we have one last comment for our city attorney. So, Commissioner Flourmont.
Thank you. This is a comment and also a point of personal privilege. I just wanted to say, Mr. Mayor Emeritus, that it is a pleasure to have you here in the city of North Miami Beach. You are legendary. Your contributions to Miami-Dade County, the city of Miami, is greatly appreciated. And when we found out you were in the room, everyone was trying to figure out where is he, so they can say hi and shake your hand, because we appreciate your service to this community.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Commissioner Jean, and then city attorney.
Thank you so much. I wanted to echo those sentiments as well. And I wanted to ask, in reference to a lot of the changes happening with the state, we do need just a lot of education. So a lot of the material that comes from your office, will it be in multiple languages, perhaps?
Yes, it is. It is in English, Spanish, and Creole.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Yes.
The attorney.
Thank you, Mayor, and I apologize for asking for a point of personal privilege as well, but I have to echo what Commissioner Flourmont said and just say how wonderful it is to see an old friend like the legendary property appraiser. Just someone, not that, one of the things I'm charged with doing is trying to help our commission be sure that we're just right on point when it comes to all the ethical obligations that we have. And so I say to you, if you want to know how to do it, look at Mr. Regalado and his career of not only doing everything right, but serving the public in office and out of office. And let me say, as somebody who counts himself among those whose eyes have been opened by this gentleman and a few colleagues, including one we lost last weekend, he's also a patriot. And he's somebody who has done more for the cause of freedom than most of us will ever even have the opportunity to do. And he's been consistent. And I urge that to everybody in the room. Consistency and honor and dedication. It warms my heart to see you doing this. And I'm sorry, but I had to say it. Thank you.
I have
nice
to
to see you.
No.
I just want to say thank you, my friend. Thank you.
And one last point from our Commissioner Fortuna Smuggler.
So I hope the mayor doesn't get mad at me for saying this, but back there when we were there, the mayor said to me, Tomas Regalado's here, he's a legend. So
No,
yeah.
and I don't want to take too much of your smoke because I think this week or last week, they were talking about naming the courthouse Soto, and they were talking about the former county clerk, and they talk about the legends attached to that and the respect attached to that. Soto having fought against discrimination and the county clerk as well as fighting for the environment, the community. And to your credit, Mayor, you've always been someone of a lion and someone of an elder statesman in your most purest form, not just from you, but from your daughter as well. So it tells that the Regalado name stretches far and wide in this community. So I just want to add those points. So go ahead. Sorry.
And he has two sons as well that are as amazing as well. And I thank you so much for being here. I thank you for being a friend of Kiki as well. So that means so much to me. And I something made me Google you today, and I did not know. And I'm going to call you up one day because I want to talk about it. That you're un Pedro Pan.
Yes.
I did not know that, so I want to hear all about it some other time. So, but thank you for serving the city of Miami, and now thank you for serving us, all of us. And one thing that a lot of people don't know as well, and this, you could do this by yourself, but not everybody has the know-how that you can actually hire a company that will help you reduce your taxes, and you usually just pay like a 40% or a 50%, depending on the contract, 40 or 50% of what
The value
you got back.
of the value, yes.
Of the value. So if you got back $5,000, you pay $2,500, $2,000, depending on the contract, the fee.
Right.
So there is ways of saving money. And just because you hire them doesn't mean that you will get money back. But if you hire them, you don't have to pay anything unless you get money back.
Right, and by the way, you can do it by yourself. You just pay $15. And when we bring our technical people, we can tell you the process of the value adjustment board, which is independent of the property appraisal, independent from the county. These are magistrates that you bring your case, and they say, well, your property is not value as it should be. They overvalue your property, so they reduce. And by reducing the value, they reduce the taxes that that person pay. So it's a myriad of things that we can counsel the resident.
Excuse me, is that done on a day, like you can do that daily, or is that at like one time a year?
No, actually, not daily, but it's I-95 is a problem, you know. but whenever you guys have an event that you feel that you're gonna bring your residents, or for instance, this Thursday we are going to Miami Lakes, and we said that date about 3 months ago, so we were able to send like 3,000 letters to Miami Lakes owners, advising them of the meeting that we have in City Hall to revise their cases or give them information. So whenever you decide, we have to plan it with IT and with our team, but we can be here. Actually, I would recommend, Commissioner, in August, we send 1 million letters with the trim, which is what is expected that you pay in taxes. Then September, you and all the taxing municipalities set the millage, and then the tax collector will send in November. So I would promise you that when we send that million letters, a lot of people will be coming here, Commissioner, Mayor, you know, look what I got, yeah, what's going on? So yes, but we can do events throughout the year. I would suggest to do something in July, or because August you are in vacation, I assume, in July, or also, well, the county is in vacation.
We should.
It's very interesting about appraisals. Being in real estate for 45 years, people start screaming how
You know,
how much their taxes are, and I always ask them, will you sell your house for what they're praising it for? And nobody has said yes yet. No one.
But you know what? Portability is an issue because many people are hostages of their own homestead exemption. I went to Tallahassee and tried to raise the portability, which is the money you can take to other new house to 750. It's $500,000 now, so to 750. If that is the case, and by the way, the legislature is not doing what we were told. Anything on this session because they wait for next year to put in the ballot something about property taxes. We don't know what it is, but portability is a good idea that some people in Tallahassee like it.
Very important. You can't buy a house when they come from a luxury home for $500,000.
Absolutely, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is 5.2 parking services for North Miami Beach. Victor Rosario. Presentation.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
Just thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. Just to introduce Victor, some time ago, the Commission wanted us to take a look at potential parking and paying spots within the public parking space. We took an approach and reached out to Miami Parking Authority, which has conducted a study and come up with a plan should the Commission deem it acceptable. I want to thank Victor and his staff who've put in a considerable amount of time, thought process, and I've met with staff. And on top of that, they did that free of charge for the city. So thank you very much, Victor.
All right, parking. So I understand you're going to be brief and concise, so let's see the presentation.
Sounds good. Can you see it or? There it is. Yep. Okay. Good evening, everybody. So my name is actually Angel Diaz. I'm the Director of Operations for the Miami Parking Authority. Victor's right there in the audience. He's the one that prepared everything. I just wanted, for clarity, so you know who I am. And just an FYI, I also born and raised in North Miami Beach, went to Reynolds Park, JFK, class of '89 at North Miami Beach Senior High School. Just putting that in there. So go light on me. So real quick, Miami Parking Authority, we were established through state legislation in 1965, which allows us the ability to enforce and manage other municipalities throughout the state of Florida. Our mission is basically to provide, community first. We try to go by a brand. That's what we go by. So community first, and also just protecting our brand throughout the locations that we manage. Our vision is to try to manage and provide parking throughout South Florida. So we are trying to grow as we can throughout the state of Florida, South Florida. What we do, so we manage 47,000 parking spaces throughout all our locations, 2 municipalities, 14 garages, 68 lots, and some other locations as well. Hey, I'm trying to see this. Sorry. So qualifications and experience. So some of the areas that we manage. So we manage the Miami-Dade County parks. We also manage the Miami Marlins, Jackson Memorial Hospital, some lots for Miami-Dade College, and we also implemented the City of Doral's parking program for them, which we currently manage. We've been doing that for 2 years now. Okay. Making an impact. So the approach that we would take if this opportunity was available to us would be an ambassador approach first, which our parking enforcement would basically act as ambassadors. They would patrol the areas, they would meet with the community, talk to the community, advise them of where they cannot park, give them directions to different locations, Allen Park, Ulita, things where people might need directions to get to. The other thing that the enforcement officers do is they provide a sense of security. So they're driving in a city vehicle, they have the logo, they have the yellow light strobing while they're patrolling. They have license plate recognition cameras, and they also have body cameras, which they wear as well for protection. So that just adds a level of security to the residents as they're patrolling the area throughout the city. This is just a picture of what our vehicle would look like. It has the Miami Parking Authority logo and the City of North Miami Beach logo as well, so that people can understand that it's the parking authority that's doing the parking for the city. This is our command center. So we have a 24/7 command center that handles any kind of complaints, blocked driveway, double parking, any other resident complaints or concerns that might come up. So we handle that 24/7 through our command center in the downtown office. Other services we provide, so for example, we do event parking. We have the freebie services that we do in the city of Miami. We have maintenance and porter services as well. And then we have the mystery shopper program, which is basically we have a third party that shops us, make sure that we're doing our job right, and then they score us on that, and that helps us kind of manage the staff and make sure they're doing their job correctly outside of what the supervisors do today. This is just a picture of some of our enforcement team. So the plan is a phased-in approach. Basically, it's a marketing, community outreach, meet with the constituents, meet with the merchants, meet with the CRAs, any business improvement districts, and just explain what the program is, what it can do to help benefit the city. And then we would educate the public with our ambassadors. They would patrol the areas, explain to them how the parking program might work, and just kind of give them an advice that, hey, don't forget to pay, or don't park in the loading zone, or don't block a hot fire hydrant. Things along that nature is what they would do. Courtesy citation flyers, that's something that we did in the city of Doral, where we basically, for 90 days, we gave courtesy citations, just letting the people know, hey, you cannot double park, you cannot block a fire hydrant, and just kind of give them the education first, so that they understand that, you can't do that in the future, because eventually it'll become a citation if they continue to do that. So that's the main thing that the courtesy citations and flyers do. And then finally, eventually, if the program rolls out, then based on the city's recommendation, at the point that you feel comfortable, we can start enforcing when needed. So there's a two-phase plan, which is on-street parking, which is the area in red, the area in green. Majority is along 164th Street. That's where we noticed there has the most commercial parking. So that's the area that we recommended should be regulated to create more turnover, so the businesses can have, different cars parking on the street, and being able to so new people can see the businesses and whatnot when they park there. The red area is the residential area, so that will be phase 2 if the city desires or needs to regulate or help better manage the residential area. That will be the phase 2 plan. This is a quick enforcement schedule. At 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. is the areas time that we notice would need enforcement. This is our recommendation. It can be scaled down to whatever the city requires. It does not have to be, these hours exactly, but this is kind of where we saw the most use of the parking. And then this is a quick snapshot of the revenue forecast over the 5 years. So it's about $364,000 the first year, and then it escalates year over year. So these are the startup costs. The biggest cost we have is the labor, which is the enforcement. Again, that can be based on what the city needs. If we need to lower the enforcement, then that price will drop. And then there's miscellaneous expensive, which is just equipment, fuel, and the management of the financial system as well. The credit card fees, regardless if you're the merchant of record or we're the merchant of record, that's the average fee for credit cards, which is basically what we pay in all our locations that we manage. And then it will be a 20% management fee over net. So community and public engagement. So like I mentioned, we have a grassroots engagement where we meet with the public. We're the ones that we will be the face of the city. We'll meet with everybody, talk to them, do media outreach, and Also, boots on the ground. We have a crisis management team with fact sheets on all the issues that anybody might have throughout the city to help, mitigate and help with the enforcement rollout. And then one thing that we're big on, we like to give back to the community. So we're involved with different organizations throughout the city of Miami just to give back, spend time. We did the Lotus House, we do Ronald McDonald House every year, and a couple of other nonprofit organizations. That's it. I went as quick as I could, so to answer any questions.
That's perfect. Let me go to before the Commissioner Smith.
I have, unfortunately, every place we go, we pay for parking. Miami Beach, Sunny Isles. I have for a long time known that there's a yin and a yang because a lot of our property where we own, where they park, it involves businesses. And we don't want to hurt them, that people won't come there to shop. So is there a period that you escalate how much it costs so that at the beginning it's less expensive?
So great question. So what we're trying to do here is create turnover at those businesses. So a lot of times through our I'm not saying North Miami Beach, but what we've noticed is that a lot of the times the merchants and the business do not have parking because the cars are parked there for long periods of time throughout the day. And a lot of times it's sometimes employees that work close by, so they'll take up that space, and then the merchants and the business do not get the turnover that they desire. So what this does, it creates a turnover, so there's more space available where the businesses are, so people can visit the restaurants and things like that. And then that could be scaled. The charge or the rate can be scaled based on the city's request. And then also the enforcement does not happen until the city's comfortable with the enforcement of the space. But basically, it'll be a phased-in approach. That's how we would handle it citywide. I don't know if that answers.
And I have been to a municipality, Sunny Isles, for instance. You can buy an annual card that you can put in or an annual sticker for your car that you can park at their parking places where they charge, but it's free because you're a resident. So would these numbers of profits and amount also allow for residents to have a discount at some of the places or an annual fee and then they can park? So the way we've done it in the two cities, which is Doral and City of Miami, is the residents get a heavily discounted rate. So quick example, Miami is $3.25 an hour.
Yeah.
I need them to fix.
Hey, if you can go to the next mic over there on the other side. I don't know where the cordless is.
Is this better?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So the City of Miami, the hourly rate is $3.25 on street, and the residents pay $1.40 an hour. So that's what the commission asked for that specifically. City of Doral, they get a 50% price on the hourly rate, so they pay 50% less for all the residents. And the idea for that is that everybody that visits the city that's not a resident, they'll pay the regular rate, and then all the residents will get a discounted rate. But again, that is based on the commission and what they feel is a fair rate for the residents to pay for the hourly parking.
Thank you. Commissioner Flormont?
Thank you for your presentation. When I think parking, I also think red light cameras because, that's a huge complaint in the city. But I understand the revenue driver. I understand the compliance driver, especially when we have police officers that we are sometimes taking up their time to for people who are parking on the canal. And so if we don't have to use our police officers to do that, our PD, we can use another organization to do that. That's great. But with the numbers I'm looking at, you would have to, of course, have a plan to have revenues over and above whatever that cost would be for the program to make sense. At least not the revenue share, but I'm talking about the minimum cost of, I think it was $150,000.
Correct.
When I'm looking at Doral, I'm looking at City of Miami. Those are completely different municipalities than us. I would love to see a city center here. I would love to see West Dixie Highway and other areas booming with business so that we can have the issue of people not being able to park and having to wait to park. Because when I'm in downtown Miami, that is my issue. But when I'm in North Miami Beach, what I'm seeing is that we need more traffic here as far as businesses that are struggling, that need more people to come and actually patronize businesses. So I'd like to see a little bit more in-depth of a study. I hear what you're saying, but I'm not certain that businesses having issues of not enough parking time is what is our problem here. And so the enforcement of people blocking driveways, parking in front of fire hydrants and those types of things, I'd like to see more along those lines, how that would be a revenue driver for the city and also a compliance driver as well, so I can further make a decision on this matter. But thank you for your presentation.
Okay.
Understood. If I could,
Commissioner Smuckler.
And I just wanted to actually say thank you for doing this for our city because, as I understand, this is at no cost to us, correct? And I really want to thank you for taking the time to do this.
no, thank you.
Okay. That being said, thank you so very much, and
Okay.
looking forward to what the staff comes up with after hearing some of our comments on the day. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Mr.
Thank you.
Mayor,
Yes.
I just want to say to the manager and to your company, we would definitely have to, if this ever came into implementation, into utilizing it for the city, we would definitely have to make sure it works for the businesses. I feel the same way, that we can't scare away one or two customers. We don't have enough. So we definitely have to implement it in a way that it won't hurt the businesses too.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item is presentations 5.3, 5.4. I'd like to see if we can bring both of them at the same time. FIU. Dr. Howard Frank, George M. Perez, Dr. Ned Murray, and George M. Perez Metropolitan Center. That one would be that. Yes, we're having issues with that mic.
So, Mayor,
Mr. Manager.
thank you so much. As we have the esteemed Dr. Frank come, I'm sorry, man. Your legacy at FIU, I mean, it's just going to follow you. This is a presentation of the combined efforts with regards to the additional study as well of the economic development. And so Dr. Frank, I know, is leading the presentation on the strategic priorities that we did, as well as Dr. Murray on the economic development. I've said this before. I think going through this process, getting community feedback, looking at all the demographical information and relying on the expertise that we have locally here in FIU, it helps us structure a compass for the city on how to, what direction we need to be moving on, and then how we do that. So I just wanted to bring that up and thank Dr. Frank and his entire team for really going through this and taking a serious look of how we can make North Miami Beach better.
Thank you, Doc. Pause up. All right.
Yes.
No, that was.
No. Wait. Pause up.
Show my hat.
We're all here. Believe me, FIU's here. Pause
That
up.
and
All
turn
right.
it around. Turn it around.
I see Sipper and team.
I
Yeah,
love
we're all here.
FIU. Notice. Okay.
Pause up. All right.
I love FIU too, but
I didn't say no you.
He's the Panther. He's the Panther.
Okay.
But we all love FIU.
By the way, Commissioner, is it time for your therapy session?
Definitely. That's an inside joke.
That's inside. Yeah. Thank you very much. I'm glad to see you. I think this is our third visit with you. And yes, I'd like to extend a thanks to my colleagues. And I'd like to send very, very deep appreciation to you, the commissioners, to the senior managers, and to the residents, because this would not be possible without your input and without your cooperation. This was very much a collegial and collaborative project. And I send, it's been a labor of love, and thank you for facilitating it with your cooperation. I'm hoping that this is a living document. not something that collects dust, that it is a foundation for moving forward. And I know, speaking with City Manager Diaz, that you're already using it and have already taken actions in the budget to kind of tie together this effort. So thank you. We did not do a business plan. This is a strategic plan. This was done intentionally at a 20 to 30,000 foot level. It's not up to Howard Frank and the Metropolitan Center to tell you you should do road project A before traffic signalization B, or that you need signage here over there. That is something for you to do. You have the expertise to do it, and we are not going to presume that we know that intimate knowledge. That's a business plan, and we think you can do that very well and very capably. We were aiming for something bigger, a strategic look at where you should go and what your vision is. And again, we're hoping, if we had gotten that specific, I'm not sure it would have been a living document, because I think this is something that is going to guide you for years to come. How did we arrive at what we propose? Well, a lot. We did an in-depth demographic assessment. We did 20 interviews with the commissioners, with the senior managers, and including newly elected Vice Mayor Sue. We interviewed you. We had surveys of nearly 500 residents. We had 3 stakeholder roundtables, 2 town hall meetings, and we developed key performance indicators as models for you. So this document was grounded in a lot of research. It was not something we did kind of synthetically. It was done with a lot of input, and thank you, of course, again, commissioners who participated. It was really insightful. What are the big themes, the 3 biggies? Well, some of you might remember, it was a while ago, that Ford used to say that quality is job one. I would say that for the city of North Miami Beach, job one is infrastructure. The deep, resounding message from all that we have gathered is a city that really needs to address longstanding infrastructure needs. And that's everything from signage delineating neighborhoods to rebuilding or extending or expanding your library that you take such enormous pride in. A second thing is improving your decision-making processes, particularly in the areas of community and economic development. And the third overarching theme is developing a language of performance metrics so that you as commissioners, the senior managers, and the residents have a way of communicating where you are and what progress you're making towards where you're going and what the return on investment is for citizens for their taxpayer dollars. So going from those 3 big themes and going a bit further, we drilled down to what we call the 8 pillars. These are the things that we feel you should be building the plan on. Obviously, a pillar is what provides support, and we felt that these are the things to aim for. Number 1, again, I don't know what you call it. We proposed North Miami Beach 2040, but a capital improvements plan to refurbish your infrastructure. All the evidence, the surveys, the stakeholders, there was a belief that it is long in the tooth, it needs work. And that goes from small things to big things. It is part of your branding, and it ties in with what my colleagues did on the economic development front. And it also ties in with what is going to make North Miami Beach more economically and environmentally resilient. Number 2, you are facing some large planning and zoning decisions. Are the ratables that you will get from those decisions and the subsequent building, will they add enough tax base to cover the costs that you will incur as a result? You need to address those questions. And I would say these are things that are not This is not a new technology. These have been done for ages. I remember as a much younger person doing these with Broward County over 40 years ago. So this is something that you need to put into your decision calculus. Number 3 is a structural change, and it ties in with the second one. The importance of tying planning, zoning, economic development together, and to, a Department of Community and Economic Development. There are small and mid-sized cities that do that. But the point is these things aren't separate from one another. And an integrated model keeps your eye on the prize of long-term quality of life and how you build it. The fourth, striking a balance between a city where the residents, especially those who are long-term, have enormous love for this place. They love it here, and they love having a city that has a deep sense of neighborhood feel. How do you maintain that? How do you maintain that sense while addressing shortcomings with cultural amenities, the type of businesses, the type of residents, and the lack of value-added employment opportunities? You're not Aventura, you're not Miami, you're not Fort Lauderdale. What are you? You have to address that, and that is an economic development question. 5, you need to take North Miami Beach into the 21st century with public management. And that means having a performance measurement system where you know what you are doing in terms of quality of service provided, quantity of service provided, and how that ties in with general cost effectiveness. I think, again, 40 years ago, this would have been something extremely advanced and something almost foreign. In this day and age, it is a commonplace in public management. And I look to FIU as a place that until 7 years ago, 8 years ago, we were pretty much a line item budget. You had so many students, this is how much the state funded you. Well, those days are long gone. Now we have to pay attention to how much students are earning. We have to pay attention to how quickly they get through FIU. We have to pay attention to whether they're going on to graduate school. We have to pay attention to whether they're going into STEM. It's not just simply how many warm bodies are at FIU. It's what they do once they graduate and what they're doing along the way and how quickly FIU kind of hatches them. So I think you as a city and certainly the center, we do this. It's time to get into the 21st century with performance measurement and developing measures that matter for you as decision makers on budget, for the managers, and for the residents. It has to be a common language, something that all three parties, all three stakeholders address. The next pillar, something which came out loudly and clearly in our interviews, in our surveys, in our stakeholder meetings, is a concern for education within the city. There was a feeling that the schools needed to be better. Obviously, you aren't the school board, but that means that it's time to engage Miami-Dade public schools and see if they can perhaps improve the product. And I'm reminded of a lunch I had 20 years ago with Charles Dodge, the city manager in Pembroke Pines, who said he had no real interest in being a superintendent of schools. He had enough on his plate being a city manager. Well, lo and behold, they created their own charter schools because the citizens said it was time to get better. I don't have an exact solution, but it is clearly an issue that many of your residents and businesses feel very strongly about. Municipal code enforcement. This is one where reality and perception may or may not be in sync, but clearly the perception is that it needs work. There's perceptions that perhaps equals are not being treated equally, that people in similar situations do not get the same enforcement, and that from a procedural standpoint is important. Code enforcement relates to quality of life. Without good enforcement, you have a tough time maintaining your quality of life. And it is it is an essential part of your economic development. This is an area that needs work. And my own interpretation of that may also be that this perception may in part be related to the infrastructure issues, that some residents may conflate or confuse code enforcement with an infrastructure that needs work. You may be tapping that. Pillar 8, you aren't going to go anywhere without having a workforce to get you there. And our discussions with managers, it's clear that you have a problem, which, by the way, I could say afflicts almost all public organizations, is the attraction and retention of people. And I don't have to tell you, but sadly, attracting people into government in our era is not always very easy. In fact, it's downright difficult. And the other issue that you're dealing with is that people don't stay on the job very long in this country. The average duration last year was 3.9 years. I had a discussion with your city manager, and we talked about it. He's right. We're becoming more gig-oriented. People aren't staying at jobs for years and decades. They're staying relatively shortly. So that means you folks have to develop a workforce plan, a strategic plan for your workforce in which you accept, much like the military, a sizable chunk of your workforce is not going to be around for more than, so to speak, 1 or 2 enlistments. You may have some lifers who you have to keep and make sure that you maintain and attract them and keep them, but you're also going to have turnover. How do you build that type of a workforce? And you have to address that as a city. So my final thoughts are our final thoughts, and I speak on behalf of the triumvirate and my other colleagues here. Well, it's time to get moving. You need a working group that addresses these pillars, and you have a group, but you give them firm guidelines when to get started and how you're going to develop an implementation plan. And it should be a plan not only that you are engaged with, but the managers are engaged with and your residents are engaged with, because it should be a unifying document, a call to action. And on that note, I say thank you.
Okay, so we can, because thank you for that. And I'm just trying to, before we start, how related to the economic development, because we just saw the strategic plan, but how related it is to the economic plan? Can we have that presentation and then have a discussion?
I think that they are very related, because I think you are dealing, like any city, you have to deal with your economic base.
Okay, so
I think that's important. It gives you the ratables, it attracts and maintains businesses and people. So I think they are.
So yeah, the economics right here. So we're gonna have that discussion, and then we'll bring it up.
I let your manager make the call. I will let the manager run the meeting. I think.
All right. Is it fine? So we can have the economic. Yes. So economic presentation, since it relates, and then we'll have a discussion.
I would like to ask a question.
If you can do one quick question, because if you have because we're gonna be able to come back to them. I just want to pass it.
Well, this will be for both of them.
Okay.
So my question is on number 4, where people want upgraded shopping, and yet they want to keep the hometown feel and the community they have. I've been trying to get in some major stores, but they look at the demographics and the affordability before they come and plant their money in. So how do you make those two mesh to give both of you economic development improvement and to make what you just said make sense?
Commissioner, you had your FIU alum manager had the wisdom to reach out to FIU and the Metro Center. And I think we have the expertise on hand, and the gentleman standing a few feet from me to give you the answers. We understand that. I think that is a core concern, and that is why I think these two studies are clearly complementary.
Everybody's yelling, get a Trader Joe's, get a Trader Joe's.
No, that's, and I've been wanting that for a long time.
Okay,
by the
well, you
way.
have to get behind me.
No, okay,
I'm
yes,
just saying.
that's something we need because we got Fresh Market, we got Whole Foods, but Trader Joe's, if we had it, that'll be a game changer.
But
it's the Chick-fil-A and everything else.
And that's the thing, though. But they do their due diligence. I've gone to their main office, and not their main office, but when I was in Georgia, and that's where number 4. We're talking about number 4 because that's the thing. We understand the home field, but how do we make the home field also mesh with the people that own the businesses that want to invest?
Understood, and I think your question is a wonderful segue to the economic development presentation.
And so please,
I think that you're that's the tie that binds. I think your question relates very directly to where we are heading, because I think that's a central issue. So I'm going to pretend this is a relay race and pass the baton to my colleague, Dr. Ned Murray. He's a baseball player, but we'll pretend he's
thank you, Doc. Please come on up and do your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Howard. Mr. Mayor, commissioners, city attorney, city clerk, city manager, and staff, good evening. I'll answer that question first because I think it might be relevant before I even get into my presentation. I'll give you a really good example. 20 years ago, we did the plan for Midtown and Wynwood. Back then, you all remember there was nothing there. Yeah, and it was a container facility for the boats, the ships that were coming in. Everyone back then in the community said, we don't have the types of chain retailers that we would love to have in our neighborhood. We have to travel a distance from Little Haiti or from Wynwood or from Edgewater to any of these stores. Within a year after that plan was done, well, enough said, right? So it can be done. That was more of a challenge than what we're talking about tonight. Okay, but it takes a strategic plan at the municipal level, and it takes an economic development strategic plan in combination to do that. So I think we have a city here that's ready to do that and accomplish that in very short order. So with that, do I have a presentation? Oh, I'm gonna go fairly quickly, but having heard the presentation that Dr. Frank just did, and I think some of the line of questioning, I'm going to move on and get to the really key points. But going back, let me just say once again that your city had real foresight in combining a municipal strategic plan with an economic development strategic plan. Cities just don't do that. And I've been in government myself. I used to be a planning and development director for many years up north. To have them done together like this is the way it's supposed to be done. Because the economic development strategic plan should inform the municipal strategic plan, and the municipal strategic plan should really obviously reflect the economic development plan. So they're complementary, but they're also really integrated, and it's really important that you did them together, because one without the other makes it more challenging. So with that, I go back to the stated purpose when you all started this, and I give the city manager and staff, chief of staff, Marlene, so much credit in helping to guide this process from the beginning, along with the department heads and in the newly formed Economic Development Commission, where I get to meet you, Commissioner Smith, that night. You've got so much in place already, and we saw that early on, because we work in dozens and dozens of municipalities, as you know, throughout South Florida, and we don't see that. We don't see that level of leadership and follow through and guidance that we got from the city. So when we say the stated purpose is to do a plan that's going to provide this placemaking types of opportunities and creating a more resilient economy for the city, we have a strong sense that you have that commitment and leadership already in place to be able to do that, because otherwise these are just words that are often put forward. The documents themselves, I have made several presentations, particularly to the department heads and to the newly formed EDC not too long ago, just before the holidays, on the competitive assessment. That's report one. That's the data analytics that provides the foundation for the strategic plan. But it was also providing a lot of the data back and forth to the folks who were doing the municipal plan. So the two plans were speaking to one another throughout the planning process. So that was really great. And then the economic development strategic plan, which is what I'm going to focus on tonight, is the result of all that analysis, and also a lot of the input that we received from department heads and other leaders in the community. When we did the economic development competitive assessment segment of the plan, we obviously found challenges and we found opportunities. And some of the challenges that we found, along with the growth indicators that are so critical when we did the benchmarking element of the plan, is that there was a real focus on the population of the city, and not only in terms of its growth, but in terms of its character. And what we found was, in looking at a bit of a deeper dive into your population and your economics, is that we found that one of the most important things that any city could have is a strong labor force. And you have one of the higher labor force participation rates of any of the benchmark cities that we looked at. And there's a lot of reasons for that, which we can talk about, but you probably already know. The second point was one that we really marveled at, but then having been out into the city, having met folks, including at different meetings, the fact that you have a 26.7% growth rate of young professionals, 25 to 24, with bachelor's degrees, that far exceeds any of the benchmark city. So you're not growing real fast overall in terms of your population, but where you are growing, I can tell you, Miami-Dade as a whole is losing that population. I think you know that, particularly the 20 to 29 age group. And here you are, you're growing that, but a lot of it's already here. And I saw one of the earlier presentations tonight of some of your young talent that has grown up in the city and stayed here. And it's that generational aspect that we don't see very often in Miami-Dade or South Florida. So some really rich findings here. We also found that even though you don't have a critical mass of advanced industries and cluster types of industries that we would typically like to see, they're here. You do have a representation of them, and that's really important. I'll touch upon that in a second, because you are part of a larger economy. There's no municipality, or no county for that matter, that's economically alone. We are always part of a larger economy, whether it's a county economy or a regional economy here in South Florida. Okay, so then we go to the challenges, and here's where we find issues, some of which are very common throughout Miami-Dade and South Florida. That first one, that employment inflow, outflow analysis. Obviously, there's a lot of folks that, as I said, in the labor force, but most of them are leaving each day and leaving the city for their jobs. In fact, you have less than 1,000 that actually live and work here. But that's not uncommon in any city in South Florida. That's why we see the highways the way they are in the morning and evening with everybody commuting. So that's one of the things that we need to address, right, is how can we create more employment opportunities for the residents to live and work here in the city. Your median wage and educational attainment levels are less than most of the benchmark cities. Your future economic development will need to be mainly focused on redevelopment. Now, this ties into what Dr. Franks just talked about as well. You don't have much land, but you have real redevelopment opportunities, and we want to be able to focus in on them as part of the plan. And then, as far as housing prices, you're less, obviously, than the county as a whole. You're about 30% less in terms of median sales price than the county as a whole. but they are getting up there, and rents are getting up there, and that's an area where what we have seen over the last 3 years in particular, because we do a lot of work in the area of housing as well throughout South Florida and the Gulf Coast, is that communities that have a fair portion of more affordable housing, accessible housing, are more competitive, because you need those workers. And one of the reasons, by the way, why Miami-Dade is losing a lot of its population is because of housing costs. And that's also happening in Palm Beach and Broward as well. Okay, let's just quickly run through some of those benchmark characteristics. I highlighted the city right there, and you can see once again, the concerns we have, of course, would be the median income, which is less than your benchmark communities. But once again, it's that labor force participation rate and that young professional growth rate where you really stand out. And if there's two areas that, as an economic development person, that I want to see, it's those two. We can handle some of the other things, but that's where we have an opportunity when it comes to economic development. That's the employment inflow-outflow analysis that I just referred to. You can see just the small number of workers that live and work in the city and the amounts that actually leave each day, and then those who come in and take the jobs, particularly in retail and those types of jobs. So we want to work on that. Because that's really what economic development is all about, right? Creating economic opportunities for our working residents and families, right? So that's going to be a focus. So we understand that. And as I said earlier, this is not uncommon in South Florida. In fact, most cities experience this. We did a study in West Kendall not too long ago for West Kendall Baptist Hospital. We found out that a football stadium leaves in the morning, and a football stadium comes in to take the jobs there.
But how do you change that? How do you change that trajectory?
How do you change that? You have to create jobs where people live. And obviously a lot of people. Yeah, no, those don't. That's right. Work and live here, yeah. So we're gonna, that's why we're doing a plan, right, is to be able to address that. Quickly through the numbers here, I don't want to spend a lot of time. This was all in the competitive assessment, which was the original report. I just wanted to share with you that when it comes to the advanced industry sectors, which are those critical sectors that provide the best paying jobs and where there's the most growth, North Miami Beach, you don't have a critical mass once again. You don't have a lot of employment in those industries, but you have them. You have a representation of them, and you are part of this larger economy of Miami-Dade. So we can work with that. It'd be one thing if you had nothing, or if you didn't have any kind of opportunities in terms of maybe redevelopment in this case. But you do have them. And so we compare you with the county, and you can see that you line up pretty much. The county also has, as you know, target industries. The Beacon Council, so one Community One Goal many years ago did that plan, and then it did an update, I think in 2012. They're looking at some key sectors as well, and there's somewhat of an overlap between the advanced industry sector and the targeted industries. And once again, what we're seeing here is just in terms of Miami Beach, North Miami Beach is a representation. You don't have a lot of employment or a lot of businesses within those industries, but you do have that critical representation, particularly in the healthcare area. And the healthcare sector is probably the most important one to have anywhere in Florida, because that's where most of the growth is occurring. But we'd like to see some diversification in some of these other sectors. So we want to be able to put together a plan that could attract those industries, but also retain and expand the ones that we already have here that could help with that diversification as well. So when we get to the economic development goals, which were created as a result of the competitive advantage analysis, we want to focus in on creating that more diversified, that more resilient economy. And so that's going to be the primary goal, is how do we expand upon that existing economic base that you have that has some representation within the advanced industries and the targeted industries, but not enough. And where can we grow? So that's going to be a real important aspect of that. The other thing is, which comes up all the time and came up as part of the municipal strategic planning process, is the whole idea of placemaking. The identity of North Miami Beach. We heard this all the time. We've heard it from everybody that we talked to during the process. Who are we? And we need to define our boundaries, but we also need to, in doing so, create an identity and really get a brand out there in terms of who North Miami Beach is, and that starts with the physical and corporate limits of the city. Third, we have to create an architecture and streetscape kind of designs that we can use to address some of the issues that we just talked about relative to not only infrastructure, but code enforcement and a lot of these other issues that were brought up in the previous discussion. And then we need to address these live work and these workforce development types of issues that Dr. Frank talked about as well. Continuing on with those, we want to be able to address the regulatory issues. There are some regulatory issues. For the most part, your zoning and land use is pretty good, but there are some issues in terms of your mixed use that we need to talk about. We need to talk about a positive community economic development approach, which is going to be critical for small businesses and to create a lot of those opportunities that we need and to provide those entrepreneurial types of environments that we need to create in the community to address a lot of that outflow of employees. We need to be able to, once again, focus on the targeted and advanced industries, and we also need to capitalize on a lot of the untapped assets that we do have in place, including our strategic location, which is so critical. Just showing the map real soon, one of the first things you notice when we look at your map, your zoning and your land use map, is how little red and purple you have there, because those are obviously your red is your commercial, but your purple are your industrial or your mixed use districts in the lighter purple. But we have to work within that framework. But ideally, we have a lot of that zoning and land use already in place for the areas that need to have this redevelopment to occur. So it's not like we're going to have to make any drastic recommendations in that regard. So what are the strategies? Well, we want to focus on, number one, how do we expand the economic base of the city through greater diversification that we talked about. Number two, we want to be able to identify the competitiveness of the city relative to placemaking. What are the types of placemaking opportunities that we can put in place? So we provided a lot of those opportunities within the plan itself. Focus on small business growth. Of course, that's going to be really key in terms of placemaking, but it's also going to be key in terms of a lot of the opportunities that we need to create that entrepreneurial environment and keep the jobs here and create the opportunities here in the city. We need to focus on formalized and targeted workforce development. Dr. Frank talked about that. There is a difference between a more generalized or generic form of workforce development versus a more formalized, targeted one, which means you're really focusing on specific sectors with specific skill sets, and that's what we want to be able to focus on. And you bring that to the people. That's really critical, that these types of initiatives really are aligned with where people actually live and not have to be able to travel distances for their workforce development training. Number 6, adopt a multi-point marketing program. That's going to be a real key aspect of your economic development implementation, which we're going to get to in a second. And then we need to focus on economic development enhancement areas. This ties into placemaking, but it also ties into where does this redevelopment really occur? We can't be everywhere, but incrementally it can happen. And that's what we want to focus on, are the incremental areas. So the 3 that we talked about are the North Miami Beach Boulevard at the Bend Gateway, where the corporate limits of the city are both on the north and the south sides of the corridor. Obviously, the 19th Ave stretch from the boulevard all the way up to the northern boundary. critical area. We need to be able to accentuate that and provide some real placemaking along that. And then lastly is your innovation district, which is really going to be key for not in terms of a gateway, but also in terms of the fact that you do have industrial properties there that would be ideal for redevelopment. Just quickly, the first, this is the gateway on the boulevard, as we talked about. We saw that area right there as being really a really critical area because you have ownership, obviously, of the properties on both sides in terms of businesses that are here located within the city. But you also have the beginning of a lot of your existing streetscapes in terms of your medians that have trees and some grass. It's a logical place to begin to create that gateway from the west, moving to the east, and we need to be thinking in terms of how that gets done. Gateway improvements are done in cities all over South Florida. We give you some examples in the plan. And what that would require, of course, is some conversations with FDOT to begin with, but then with the property owners that on both sides of the street, because typically this is like a public-private type of thing. So that's going to create some real opportunities to address that placemaking issue and also address that identity crisis, so to speak, that the city has had for some time in terms of its corporate boundaries. And once again, as we begin to look at your land use, you can see the land use is in place and along with your zoning to be able to do a lot of that along that corridor. And as we move down towards 19th Street, we can also see that there's opportunities within that along that corridor at that key location. That particular node at the entrance of 19th and the boulevard is going to be critical. Obviously, there's been some planned developments there that apparently have not gone forward, but that's going to be a key location, a key nexus point that we need to be able to address to be able to attract visitors, but also to be able to connect the corridor, the commercial corridor, to the business district and obviously the city center district. So once again, this gets back to infrastructure that Dr. Frank talked about, but it also gets into redevelopment that we need to focus on. On the north end, we focused on that as well. You can see once again, there's a real opportunity up there to do some small scale business development. You have a key location there. It's a really nice entry point into the city from the north. And as you look again at the zoning and land use, you can see a lot of zoning and land use relative to mixed use and small business that would allow for that to occur. So two critical nodes along the 19th Street Avenue corridor, I should say, that would be really real opportunities for redevelopment, but also for small business development as well. And then lastly is the innovation district. What we see there, as you can see by the photos that we included, it's that southern gateway entrance, I believe it's 157th, that is really an important location. You can just see by the photos there that gateway is really not something that you can really point to if you were driving or looking at the city relative to North Miami. And once again, we need to differentiate that because if this is going to be our innovation district and you have a lot of the industrial properties in place, we need to let people know that you're entering our innovation district. And so that corridor, that key intersection, that node is going to be critical for that. And once again, there's your zoning and land use, all the colors that you want to see. So obviously that's not a problem. The problem is really being able to target this location, do some of this public infrastructure, streetscape improvements, gateway improvements, and begin talking and working with local businesses who may also be tenants there, but also prospective tenants. And that gets into the most important probably aspect of the plan, and that's how we're going to implement it from a management perspective. Economic development these days just doesn't get done unless you have newly formed public-private partnerships that really haven't been in place before. But working with the city staff, your new Economic Development Commission, working with institutions, working with businesses, working with corporations, working with these targeted industries that we focused on. Those types of partnerships are going to be critical because it doesn't get done by the city alone and it doesn't get done by the private sector alone. But there are real opportunities here, especially now that you have an EDC and you have a staff in place that can work with institutions, work with corporations and small businesses to be able to provide this. The stakeholder communications are so critical, and once again, you need the management staff to do that. This requires ongoing communications, and that's really where implementation takes place. I can tell you, based upon the plans we have done over the years, when you have an economic development staff who can communicate the fact that they have a strategic plan, and they can post it on their website, and they can create a dashboard or whatever it may be to promote that, it really makes a difference. It really makes a difference when you're starting to talk to businesses, whether they be here in the city or ones that you're trying to bring in to complement your economic base. And then the third is the marketing and strategy, which is going to be so critical. But once again, you need that economic development staff, and you need, obviously, the EDC that you now have in place that'll be really, an outstanding group to be able to provide a lot of that marketing ability. Last but not least, as Dr. Frank mentioned, relative to the municipal strategic plan, we also have to have a plan for dealing with the metrics, the performance metrics that are so necessary in economic development. This, once again, could be a dashboard. This could be something that the city staff could use, and the EDC could use. All those data points that address a lot of the issues that we already talked about, both from a benchmarking standpoint and from the industry analytical standpoint, all of those could be done by the staff. You don't have to rehire us to do that. You can do that in staff, but once again, you have to have that management team in place to be able to do that. And it's with those performance metrics complementing the other metrics with your municipal strategic plan, you should have the management capacity to be able to implement both plans quite effectively. So with that, that's a quick one. Thank you.
Thank you, Doc. We have some questions and thoughts. We're going to try to keep it as brief as possible because we have a pretty packed agenda going down. So I'm going to start with Commissioner Jay Chernoff, and then I'm going to go down the line.
Thank you very much for your presentation. It gives us all a lot to think of. But the biggest concern I have is that you mentioned the 167th, 163rd corridor that has us, has the county, has DOT. And for years and years, we've tried to do something with that. How do we, handle that monster?
Well, it's a great question. And what I've always said in working with various cities is, you as a city, even though it may be a state road or a county road or a federal highway, you have to take ownership of that road as much as you can. And some cities have done that fairly effectively. But what's going to help you is you now have a plan. You share this plan with FEOT. You share this plan with property owners in that location that we highlighted, and begin those discussions that this is something we need to do. We need to define the boundaries, the corporate boundaries of North Miami Beach once and for all. And we're going to do that with a functional gateway that clearly marks the entrance into our city and a key location. So it is hard work. I know that, but it can be done.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you for your presentation. I was wondering, is there anything in here that needs rezoning?
You have mixed-use zoning, as you know, in all the key locations that we're talking about. I guess the question is, and this came up in our conversations, that in certain areas, just south of here, your mixed-use, the densities that are part of your mixed-use zoning may need to be adjusted. they haven't worked, right? But for various reasons. But that's something that I think the city's planning department, working with citizens, working with owners, they need to have those discussions. It can be done. We're not talking down zoning here. I mean, we're not talking, because that's when we have an issue, right? When you're talking any kind of down zoning or any kind of a taking type of question relative to zoning. We're talking, you already have a mixed use zoning in place with fairly high, with density. So it's just really a question of adjusting those to make them more workable. And once again, what helps you is you have a plan. You have a plan where you're trying to accomplish certain goals and objectives. And that makes a big, big difference, even if it has to be contested in some way.
Commissioner Jean?
Thank you so much for the presentation and your time. The question that I had was, based on all that we need to do, what are some low-hanging fruits that you would advise that we can do to kind of get things started?
Well, the lowest of the hanging fruit, of course, and I realize it is a challenge, but we need to begin these physical improvements, streetscape type improvements to create the gateways that we pointed to, or the nodes that we pointed to. Those should be focus areas. The other areas, and that's really there's a number of layers here. Workforce development, the partnerships we talked about, your economic development staff and EDC can go to town with these right away. And those are going to be absolutely critical. Yeah.
Commissioner Smuckler.
So you were here before, you heard the parking demonstration. When you see, to me, when I go somewhere, parking is a big thing.
Yes.
That there is parking, one, and whether I have to pay for it or not. So I'm just curious how, if we start charging for parking, if this affects, how it affects us, in your opinion, how it affects us.
Well, it depends on the location, obviously. There are some areas where parking demand is, it's going to require some level of fee. But on the other hand, I can think of a number of cities, and you probably know them, that are very welcoming in that regard, particularly areas where you want people to be able to get out of their cars and walk around. It ties into placemaking once again, that you're welcoming people, provides some opportunities for free parking. So I think it's a combination of both, but it comes down to what are you trying to accomplish here? Now, like I said, if we're talking placemaking, we're trying to get people active in certain areas. We want to redevelop areas. We want to be thinking about parking, some forms of parking structures or open parking space areas that can accommodate either free parking or certainly at reduced rates. Other areas, like I said, it's a demand and supply issue, and you're just going to have to do that. But I think some thought should really go into that. I think that should come, once again, that should emanate from your plans, not just from parking into people who make a living out of this stuff, because they'll obviously go the route of paying for parking because that's where they get their revenues as well. So I think it's a blend, but it comes down to what's your vision? What are you trying to accomplish here? And what's it going to take to get people to come here and be able to park their car and get out of the cars and enjoy downtown and the various districts of North Miami Beach.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Florman.
Thank you for your presentation, both the strategic plan and the economic development plan. There's just so much to be said that we really can't get into it all tonight. Sure. I'm just very happy that we have a starting point, because this will help us to develop further conversations. When I'm looking at other cities that I drive through and I envy to a certain degree, what I see really is the openness to the private sector. That's what I see, the openness to the private sector. And also what I'm realizing is that people in administrative roles in government don't necessarily view things the same way as people in administrative roles in the private sector. So with all due respect to our city manager, I'm going to use his title, for instance. When I look at our city manager, I look at him as a CEO. But most people within government, the government space, may not look at him as a CEO. They may look at him as more of a nonprofit leader or more of a public sector leader, when the reality is it's all about return on investment. It's all about minimizing costs. It's all about efficiencies. It's all about capital improvement, KPIs, all of the same things that you're seeing in the private sector. That's what happens here. Except the revenue sources are different. And also the private sector moves much faster. And I think that's really where you start to separate the two. But I think because of the mobility of the private sector and how fast it moves, that's really what we need to start, changing our city, figuring out what industry makes sense in North Miami Beach, what location makes sense for that industry, and how are we going to attract those people to come here. So if it's for jobs, okay, well, what industry makes more sense in North Miami Beach? We all say that we need a hotel, which is, that's something that we know we need. We know if we bring that in, that might be a couple of hundred employees. That's going to be revenue. But is that the only industry? I see we have a lot of healthcare. So from home health to, we have a hospital here in the city. Is it the sciences? Is that what we need? Is it STEM? And so when we imagine properties that we own that are excess, if you want to call it that, or that are surplus properties, how are we then collaborating with the STEM world to offer them spaces that they can come and create incubators and things like that and start building an industry specifically for North Miami Beach that we can call our own? Miramar did it. You have major corporations. Obviously, their landscape is much different than we have here. But Miramar did it. You're talking about Pembroke Pines. Doc, did you mention Pembroke Pines? So the other day I'm driving in that area, and they have a whole education village, a library, school. I mean, it's acres of just education, okay? So what is it that we're going to do, and how fast can we do it? So like Commissioner John said, we need to figure out what is the low-hanging fruit that we can do now while preparing for something much bigger. But the bottom line is we need to move at the pace of the private sector in order to get things done. And so that's what I'm looking forward to you helping us do with our management team here, is move much faster than we have been.
And it's a great point, because I just want to follow up on that. It's a great point.
It's such a great point that he has a comment.
Because the economic development strategic plan component is a business plan. It's not like the municipal plan. That's your government plan, but this is a business plan. And when you talk about the private sector and the private-public partnerships that need to be put in place, that's all about business. And so, yeah.
I am the co-liaison to economic development, so I'm glad to be back on that board with my colleague, Commissioner Smith. So, I'm looking forward to some of those conversations and having those conversations. But I just don't see, honestly, our city manager being the person to move something like this. Why? Because he has so much on his plate. I'm just trying to figure out, how do we restructure in a way where we can achieve some of those goals while giving our manager the opportunity to do his job. To me, I think that's what a lot of managers have issues with, is that we want them to solve all the crises. We want them to worry about HR, and we want them to worry about PD. We want them to, be the intermediate and mediate between cities that are having issues when it comes to the water utility. Residents with constituent issues. We want him to do all of that, and then at the same time, we want him to reimagine NMB and tell us what that looks like. So I really, the structure to me is just as important as the goal, because they have way too much on their plate to reimagine NMB. Is this? How do we restructure? Who do we put in position to focus on those things on a daily basis so that we can actually make strides in that area? That's what I want the answer to, if you have it right now.
Yeah, well, absolutely. I mean, one of the key elements of the strategic plan is your management capacity. So you need to put that in place. You absolutely have to put that in place. So you have to have individuals within the Economic Development Department also staffing the EDC who have that capacity, but also have that authority to be able to have these conversations with the private sector. You cannot do economic development without a strong economic development department. We've seen this in every city we've worked with. And Doral and Coral Gables are two examples. I can point to some others. Deerfield Beach, they all have economic development departments, and they're all doing very well, providing for that particular professional type of communication with the private sector, working on behalf of the city manager and the commissioner. But absolutely critical. The EDC needs that. The EDC alone, as volunteers, cannot do this. But with the appropriate economic development professionals on board, they can do that.
Thank you. Commissioner Smith.
Thank you so
Final
much.
thought.
I find this whole subject so fascinating. I find it fascinating, and I find it very disappointing in how it works. Because ideas, 19th Avenue, if you've ever been to Micanopy, that is a mini Micanopy from Miami Gardens Drive the whole way up.
Yep.
Each one of those homes with the parking in the front, each one could be a card store, one could be a restaurant, sandwich, ice cream parlor, Christmas parlor. I have said that for the last 10 years. No one listens. I think when you talk about a gateway, Hanford Boulevard right now has lights and has a wonderful job from the library with knitting. And knitting became a very, very important art exhibit for North Miami Beach in the fact that they did blocks and blocks of wrapping tree trunks. I took somebody down that block driving them home that hadn't been there, and they said, "What is this gorgeous?" It's all in the eyes and more than the mind. So I want to ask, shouldn't we, which I have tried also to do something, color? Look at 1100 Northeast 163rd. That building, with the CRA help, did an amazing job of painting the front, and it's an eye stopper. So we have to, yes, implement changes, no question about it, but we have to first catch their eye so that they're behind it, so that the residents are behind it, whether it be with a color, everything. Look at Coral Gables that has the regulations about their roofs and the regulations about the colors they can use. And those kind of things have to be implemented, not just talked about. That's the problem. You just keep talking and we're not implementing. One of the other things I want to say, or you can even do it with landscaping, but one of the other things I want to say is, where is the gateway? We are you go down to Highland Village, and then you come to North Miami, and then you come to the county, and that's a little area out, and then you go over to Ogis, and then you go to, nobody even knows that Pickwick is here, behind a fence. And Sky Lake, half of it's us. And then you go to Eastern Shores. So we have to have a common thing, a common something, color, a theme, something. So look at what happened to Disney World. Just think of the mouse. Just think of the ears. And look at what you have. That's number one, and that can help drive economics. But we have an area that is so underused on West Dixie Highway and 151st that is an area that could be very quickly expanded. When you talk about areas what could have been done on Hanford Boulevard, when we had recession 10 years ago, I said, go into every one of those condos on the first floor and buy them out and start businesses there. So when you make that the focal point, Hanford Boulevard, what are they seeing? A church, a strip store, condominiums? What are you giving them on your main drag? So we really have to figure out what we're going to do. 163rd Street, where are we going to bring people? We were having a Chinese and an Asian whole market that I thought was going to drive people. And the economics tanked, and that thought tanked. And I just think we need to really focus on an image. We need to focus on what are we doing, Mayor. We need to focus on what we're doing, and we need to. Because you had me last, I know everybody's bored, but this is.
For last, and plus there's.
That's okay.
The Vice Mayor has a thought.
I want to tell you it's okay. I'm excited. I'm excited. Now, my only question I have is, with all the information and all the excitement, teach me how to get it implemented. I like to get it started. Economic development, the people that are excited aren't the decision makers. How do I get to the decision makers and the implementation of making a change? We can just do with color. Golden Beach has arches to go in. It's public roads, but they have arches. So I went to his office out west in Hialeah that was the architect for those arches. The problem is the county owns the south side. When you come off of the brand new expressway that they're building and billions of dollars, we could have an arch welcome to North Miami Beach on your way to the ocean. But the county owns that side. So is that something else that you can present the plan and ask them to cooperate to put it?
Those are MOU. That's the Brito arches, right? The artist.
I'm talking about the arches in Golden Beach when you go through.
Yeah, but the artist that did that.
No, that was an architect years ago.
Okay.
An architect designed those arches. But I did show him, and where we have to have, because there's so much, coming down that's also large trucks and vans, and he said it absolutely can be done. Okay. The problem is we only own half. If we could get the right of the county from those 10 blocks from Northwest 2nd to Northeast 8th, if we could just get that.
I agree.
Fighting again for them to let us annex.
You saw what happened. That's a whole other discussion.
But does that come under the same? Do you feel that could become under the same umbrella as trying to get different municipalities with the roads to cooperate, to get the county to cooperate a big arch? I mean, just something like that.
Yeah, well, if the node that we selected, identified, you own, your corporate limits are on both sides. Yeah. So that's, and it always doesn't have to be exactly in a certain location relative to your corporate boundaries. You'll see gateway sometimes that's just put where you want to emphasize that you are now in the city of North Miami Beach. If you've been up to Delray recently, as you come off at 95, have you seen it? They have these huge sculptures now on both sides of the road as a gateway arch, basically. Take a look at that. So it can be done in a lot of different ways. It doesn't have to be at any one particular location, but it has to be at a critical location, getting back to your point, what you see, what you visualize. And that location, you own, what should I say, the corporate limits on north and south side. So you can do that.
A good example is
Then I make a motion. We implement that immediately. Oh. Do I get a second? Do I get an unanimous vote? The thing is about that, just real quick, Mr. Mayor, yes, is that if we're not going to be inviting so people will come, then corporations won't come because they won't have people. Businesses won't come because there won't be people. We have to make it inviting to come to the city and then reel in some people that when they get here, they'll have a place to stop and shop and visit.
Thank you. What last point, Vice Mayor?
Thank you. Thank you for, again. So I propose that we should set up a workshop, multiple workshops, where we could get in, and this is just for us to discuss like what we see as our vision as a commission. And that way we could also bring in all the committees that we have, these valuable committees that everybody is dedicating their time on, right? So we could bring them in, have a conversation, maybe perhaps invite both of you back to also help us guide.
What date I'll be there?
No. I think we what was that program that we did? I know current staff wasn't, some of you weren't here, that it was a Saturday or something like that where we all got together. A retreat? It was a retreat, right?
I've never been to a retreat.
Well, not it wasn't a retreat. It was we were talking about the strategic plan. It was
Yeah.
on the fourth floor.
We had a retreat with.
It was with
the man
Loud
that we
Stomach.
hired. We did have a retreat.
So my point
It
in
was
bringing
Loud
this up
Stomach.
is because we've had branding done ages ago. We've had a lot of plans created, and we did a lot of studies. I just want to see us like really take action and like really do something, especially now that we have the centennial coming up.
Oh no, that's going to be a big event.
No, that's a big event, but if we also unveil this new plan that we have for the city for, the next 100 years, it would be exciting, even more exciting.
Mr. Mayor, what happened to the benches? I'm just asking. This is
the CRA. That's the CRA.
the benches. I don't care who put them in. We still don't have them. I would like. That's why I'm making my motion for my arch. I'm sorry, it's an inside thing. They get it. That
Again, how is the arch going to look? That's my point.
okay.
You know what I mean? If we don't get together and say, you want an arch that looks like Golden Beach, or
She's
Not expecting to get them, so.
Mr. Manager. You heard the presentation. Please look up the CELMIC. What was it? What was that thing that we did?
We did do a.
Madam Clerk, what was it called
It's
again?
a strategic plan in which you all get together and have essentially what we ended up having here, like a town hall, and we interviewed each of you individually. It's typically called the retreat, where you spend either half a day or an entire day, like on a Saturday, where you have that conversation. We're trying to actively put something together as we start discussing, especially the budget.
Yes.
And how it impacts. So we're trying to coordinate something like that, similar. But for the strategic plan implementation as well as the economic plan, we're looking, because staff took to heart the commission's comments in when we first, the last update that they were here, and it was, we just don't want something that's going to sit on the shelf. We want to be able to move forward with something. And so staff is looking at those additional steps, engaging more here, specifically on the economic plan, the Economic Advisory Board, engaging the Greater Miami Chamber, engaging the Beacon Council, looking at how we are structured internally so that we are moving this needle forward. It's too vital for the community.
All right, to that
Never
point.
retreat, always advance.
Yes.
retreat. Pardon me.
Never retreat, always advance. That's why you
Okay.
call it strategic planning.
Now, the retreat I went to two, and one of them was for 2 days. We came for 2 days, and you put your ideas, and they put stickers on the room, et cetera.
I remember that.
You were there? That was during,
No, I'm talking about. I remember the way that was set up that Saturday or that. When
we went, but what I find is it really, it gives you insight into what your other commissioners are thinking without spending all the public's time, and to get back to, to when you come back out in the public to tell them what your priorities are.
I agree. May I, Mr. Mayor?
And it puts everybody on the same.
I like, Mr. Mayor, I like the workshop idea, but and not in that sense. This commission needs and deserves a day or two where we can go over this, brainstorm on a lot of different things. We should call it a retreat. It can be here, it can be somewhere else. Whoever wants to appear, they can, but it will be amongst us first. I think that makes sense.
Okay.
We're
It has to be
working on it
somewhere
right
where
now.
the public can come.
Well, Mr. Manager, you see the consensus. Let's move forward. Next item is
wait, so we're having it this Friday?
no.
No,
Next item is public comment.
Well, thank you.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
gentlemen, very
FIU,
much.
pause up.
Our pleasure.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, item 6, public comment.
Good evening, everyone. The Mayor and Commission of the City of North Miami Beach has opened the floor for public comment at this time. There is a 3-minute time limit for each speaker. Please state your name or the name of the organization which you are representing. The Mayor and Commission of the City of North Miami Beach recognizes the importance of civility. The City of North Miami Beach requests that all in attendance to exercise civility towards each other at all times. And our first 2 signed speakers are Eugenice Montpremier and then Gary Nelson.
The mayor is not here. Good evening, mayor and council members. My name is Eugénisme Premier. I'm the community liaison, external liaison for CG Beto High School, located on 16150 Northeast 17th Avenue. The reason I'm here tonight to voice the voice of our children.
Can you go to that microphone? Sorry, the microphone you're on doesn't work.
And I'm going to say again, good evening. And my name is Eugénisme Premier. I'm the community liaison external for CG Beto High School. And I thank you all for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm here to voice the voice of my children, the students. We heard we might not have soon we call it freebies. I don't know if it's true, but the reason why I'm here, when students come to you, they said, Mommy, we don't have the opportunity to come to the school. We have more than 50 students who use the trolley to come to the school. Before the trolley, our attendance was a mess. I'm here, and I hope the other high school, North Miami Beach, was here as well. If we can use that opportunity, I think the other high school use it too. And therefore, this is the reason I'm here tonight, to let you know. Those students, they are scared because they don't have the money. The reason why, if you give them a bus pass, it's too close to the school for them to catch the bus, the regular public buses. And also, it's too far away from home for them to walk from the school to their houses. And freebies, we call it, or trolley, is the best we have right now. And I hope you think about it and talk about our children because they need their education as well.
Excuse me one second.
Yes, sir.
Are you talking about freebie
The trolley.
or
The trolley.
the trolley? Which one? Or both?
Both.
The one that's a car, the one that's like a.
Sometimes some of them use the trolley, some of them use the freebie.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. And thank you. It was a pleasure to be with you tonight, and I learned a lot. And I've been blessed night.
Thank you. Next speaker, Gary Nelson.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Ms. Vice Mayor, and the commissioners. I want to speak about the trolley and the freebie too. I'm from Washington Park, and
Sir, please state your name for the record.
Gary Nelson.
Thank you.
I didn't? Oh, I thought I did. Okay, Gary Nelson. I'm Gary Nelson from Washington Park. I wanted to speak about the freebie because there's a lot of people in Washington Park that do use the freebie and the trolley. There's a few women. One of them is named Cynthia King. She has been paralyzed. She's in a wheelchair, and she used freebie every day. So I was hoping that you could take in consideration and not eliminate this source of transportation for North Miami Beach, please. And I have one more issue that I want to speak about. The construction that's going on in North Miami Beach, Washington Park particularly, because I'm from there. I've been there 62 years, but due to my behavior with the law, I've been in a lot of trouble. But now I have stopped committing crimes and stuff like that. I got out in 2017 I went in 1998 to prison, and I got out in 2017. I went to federal prison for selling drugs. I was a criminal. I was a terrorizer in North Miami Beach. Now, I stopped. I want to be a productive citizen in North Miami Beach.
Thank you.
Right? So what I'm asking you with the construction, if you can, I don't want to say influence, but with the contractors, could you please speak to them or help out with us, the guys who are trying to be productive citizens, as like myself, criminal type guys? I would like an opportunity to work. I want to work and do the construction that's going on in North Miami Beach. I'm a resident of here. I've been in my whole life. I've been terrible, and I'm ashamed of it. I've cleaned myself up. I don't do nothing no more. I love the police. You know, a lot of guys like me, we say F the police. But now I don't do that. I don't disrespect the police. I don't disrespect anybody. I just want to be a productive citizen. That's all. And I'm asking you to please, if you can, I ain't saying not influence them, but speak to the contractors, that us, the citizens in North Miami Beach, all citizens, not just criminal element type guys, to get work in North Miami Beach, because they do this in Miami Gardens, in Overtown, in Liberty City, in Miami Beach as well. You know, I'm just asking for the opportunity. I'm not going to, but I want an opportunity to have a pretty good paying job, and I'll surely show you all that we're not anymore into that. I want to be a productive citizen. And that's all I have to say. I just want to, thank everybody, and congratulations, Mr. Mayor and Miss Sue, and, and all y'all. I thank you. Y'all doing a great job. The police.
Time.
I love you guys, man. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming up.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, point of personal privilege by Commissioner Zahn, real quick.
Thank you so much. I know, Mr. Manager, that was one of the conversations we had about having Southern do a job fair at Washington Park. I know they were here for this week, and they have over 100 positions open. So I'm hoping that we can move forward with that.
Yes, job fair.
Absolutely, Commissioner. We'll ask to have the job fair for them at Washington Park itself.
What, Mr. Manager, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Commissioner J. Chertoff, another point of personal.
Mr. Manager, where are they getting the rumor that we're getting rid of freebie?
To be completely honest,
yeah,
probably the discussion items and the constant bringing up of terminating the trolleys.
Yeah, that's why it's.
Thank you.
And I'll say one thing. I know that this is going to come a little bit of a sideways. I don't know if we do this, but it's something that I've been. I was just reminded of this about the concept of banning the box in regards to our applications, because in some applications it says that ask about your criminal history. In that sense, I don't know where we are. I know that's an HR question. If you can come back with some staff's recommendation and how impactful it might be to bringing more individuals to apply, if that was implemented as a citywide policy in regards to who we hire and how we hire. So I just want you to at least bring that back. I know we have a
more like a second chance.
Yeah, second chance type of thing. It's called. It's a concept called ban the box. Ban the box.
Okay.
So
we'll
next.
My personal privilege, please.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr.
Commissioner
Mayor.
Smith.
Let me make it perfectly clear. Thank you for coming up. I appreciate you both for coming up, but to let me know about the trolley and the bus, the freebie. We are not getting rid of Washington Park. At least I'm not. I am not getting rid of it. What I want to do is condense it. It's never going to go away. That's really the only means of transportation for many people. Yes. We're trying to consolidate the one that we pay for that doesn't stop in North Miami Beach. It comes from county to Aventura. That's the one I'm talking about. It's your tax dollars if you want to keep it up. He's shaking his head because it does stop here, but it also goes through Miami Gardens. It also goes through the county. And it's also, we only own 5 and we have 6. We're never touching yours. For you, for the job, every time we come up here with a new construction site, the first words out of our mouth is to please ask the developers to think of the residents of North Miami Beach for employment first. Yes. And so we would never forget you. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Smith. But demanding and making it mandatory are 2 different things. That's something that we have to have a real discussion on. So just making a request don't mean that they got to do it. That being said, Madam Clerk, next speaker.
Josh Jimmy.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Josh Shemy. Thank you, commissioners, and everybody being here. I want to first start by commending the fluoride town hall that we had on March 11th for its strong turnout, including Florida Surgeon General Dr. Joseph Ladapo and researcher Dr. Ashley Mallon, proving this is a pressing concern for our community, but discussion isn't enough. We need action tonight. Continuing to add fluorosilicic acid to our water, despite mounting evidence, exposes North Miami Beach to serious liability, especially given our unique water supply challenges. Here's why. In September 2024, Judge Edward Chen ruled that fluoride at 0.7 milligrams per liter poses an unreasonable risk to children's neurodevelopment. This federal court decision from Michael Conant's lawsuit against the EPA labels fluoride a neurotoxin and demands a safety reassessment. Ignoring this invites costly legal battles. The burden now shifts to fluoridation supporters to prove safety. With the court ruling, the National Toxicology Program findings linking fluoride to IQ loss in children and expert warnings from Dr. Mallon continuing without evidence is indefensible. We must pause until risks are fully assessed. Let's address our liability head on. On negligence, the NTP confirms fluoride at drinking water levels lowers IQ, and a federal judge affirms this unreasonable risk. Without action, lawsuits are inevitable, leaving us defenseless. Next, Bartow, Florida, just yesterday voted to continue fluoridation despite risks and now faces legal action. North Miami Beach must not repeat this mistake. And finally, fluoridation lacks FDA approval for ingestion. Forcing it on residents without consent opens us to further lawsuits. With this ruling, science, and legal risks, I urge you to act, to pause fluoridation immediately to protect our children, commission an independent review of the evidence, and shield our city from liability. Some argue dental benefits justify this, but neurotoxicity risks outweigh that when safety is unproven. Inaction is a legal and moral failure. Act tonight to safeguard North Miami Beach. I'm open to any questions, and thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next
Thank you
speaker.
for attending.
Livens Jean, and then Kathleen Joysham.
All right. Good evening. Good evening, everyone. Thank you. I'm so glad to be here tonight. My name is Livens Jean, like you just said. I'm here for same question. Freebies and the trolley. I would like to know, guys, what time the trolley closes in the night time. Because in the night time when I drive in my car, a lot of people on the street, and it's raining, they wet. In the morning time, when they go to work, they run in. The trolley pass to 167, 163rd, never go to 177, 178, 180, and 180 Drive. I live on East Drive. A lot of people go inside, close to Jackson North, go to 6th Avenue, take a bus. They're terrible walking and running on the street to catch on the bus. I want to know, you guys, if you can add more trolley and freebies in this area. That's a question. I have more questions to say, but tonight not enough. I know a lot of people want to say something, but I reserve more questions for the next time.
That's the Ulita area, right, Mr.
Yeah, but the inside, I say inside, 178, 177, close to Jackson, not Miami. No free bus this area.
Well, he's talking about
the street.
The mayor will shoot me.
Well, wait, because we're gonna have a discussion later on this issue because it is a discussion item. However, we do hear your thoughts, and we appreciate if you have no additional comments.
What an issue! People driving on East Drive go to Jackson to work on Jackson North, and the street. I live on 29 years in this area. They never rebuild the street, and a lot of bounce the car. One day a big accident. Last year, 2024, almost 7 cars break down the front window on the trees, hang out to the street. People wanting to go to work and driving fast. But I want people driving slowly in this area. A lot of people move this area. And a lot of kids in this area. And the street need to be repaired.
Well, we have the Public Works Director here. Public Works Director. You can hear me? It's Community Development or Public Director?
He's not here.
No, well, we'll have our assistant city manager to get in touch with you and to see what we can do in those areas, but we will have a discussion regarding the trolley later on tonight. Thank you.
I hope so, Mr. Michael. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Jean.
Thank you for
Next
being here.
speaker.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Kathleen Joachin. Again, about the trolley and the freebie. Commissioner Smith, it's because you keep bringing it up the past few meetings. That's why everyone's a little afraid that something's going to happen to their freebie and trolley. The people on 12th Avenue are elderly. Ever since Miami-Dade has decided to switch their bus system, they have removed the bus benches and they're unable to take the bus. They removed the bus and now they have to rely on the trolley. And so if something should happen to the trolley, they would have a problem. The trolleys, more or less, their hub is in Ulita. And yes, the trolley goes from their hub inside Jackson North and through the back, and then most of us have to take it in front of the community center. So even I take the trolley. The freebie, I have not, because it's so difficult at times for you to get on there. I have people in Washington Park calling me again about the trolley. So maybe the people in Eastern Shores don't need the trolley, but that's fine. But the rest of the city, as I have people who live right here in the government center who take the trolley for them to go and wash their clothes, you know, whenever they need to go to the, to do things, go to Walmart, the trolley is it. So whoever doesn't want it, that's their situation, but the rest of us do. And I think Mr. Jean was speaking about what I've been talking about for months now. We have all these things sitting in these warehouses where they can curve the situation that's going on right there in East Drive. People are flying from 6th Avenue to Jackson Hospital, and there's no stopping them. Now on North Miami Avenue, that's where they go from north to south, and in the morning, if you are about to go take the highway on 169, you cannot cross, and they're literally flying there. Okay, so we are having a situation. So if you have those speed bumps, which again, I have proven to you all, they're sitting right there. You have them. Why not place them? Are you waiting for someone to get hurt, one of our children to get hurt? Because I have mentioned it to when Sam Zamakona was there. He's aware of it. So I'm hoping that you put someone in charge that know what they're doing, because there's no reason for the city to be spending money buying things that are not being utilized. So thank you for having me. Oh, and also, Arbor Day is coming. Okay, in order for the city to stay a Tree City USA, we must celebrate Arbor Day. So as much as you all didn't put funding for there, you have to think about it if you want to stay a Tree City USA. So we expect you next month, April 26th, for you all to come at the library and celebrate with us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Manager,
Wait. I will bring that up. Vice Mayor, you have a point of personal privilege?
Thank you. I just wanted to ask, have your potholes on 2nd Avenue been?
No, they have not.
Okay.
I have holes on Northeast 2nd Avenue, and that's why I called Commissioner Florimont a few days ago and left him a voice message. Oh, okay. Okay.
I was waiting for you to say that.
I need for you to put on your tennis shoes and come and meet me and Ulita.
I'll meet
so
you. I'll
we
meet
can
you.
walk in Ulita so I can show you exactly where all those potholes are.
Let's do that.
So
Mr. Manager, put on your tennis shoes.
Yes.
Me, you, and Ms. Joachin, we're going to go ahead and walk that area.
No shortcuts, because I'll cut you too trying to. artwork trying to take.
Okay.
Okay, so no, I just wanted the manager to be present to the potholes that haven't yet been.
And before we go to the next speaker, Mr. Manager, like the question I have that was brought up is, I thought we have money for Arbor Day. That's beautification. It's not there.
No, there's no money for Arbor Day.
I have a mayoral discussion. Hopefully we get to it. There's a couple issues I won't bring up, and that we've always had it. Always had it. So I
We
understand.
need police officers, Mayor.
No. I'll bring it up during that discussion. Next speaker, please. I don't want to.
Money.
No. I understand.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next speaker,
Before
Dorothy Inarati. Sorry if I mispronounced it.
a message of personal privilege. While he's got his tennis shoes on, Mr. Manager, while you have your tennis shoes on, could you please also
Dorothy?
see where we need the speed bumps?
No.
Walk
Okay.
with her. Thank
Next.
Is Dorothy here? Ever Wibbly, and then David Zapin.
Mr. Zapin, you're up. Back pay. K for back pay.
That was then, this is now, but thank you.
You see, we do listen to you, though.
We do.
Okay, hit it. My name is David Zapin. I sell mechanical watches and accessories at zapintech.com. Some of you know me from my brief run for city mayor in 2023. I bring freshly picked flowers on behalf of Women's History Month, like I used to bring to my recently departed grandmother, who taught here for 40 years. She lived from the roaring 20s into the COVID crisis. Sadly, I have little more than an hour of audio of her memories. As the Generation X version of Dennis Prager, only not, I offer a history lesson about missing lessons. Charlie Crist certified me in history. Others did in social studies, general middle science, earth space science, elementary, integrated middle, computer science, and media specialist. If only I had a certified internship or a graduate degree instead of passing the Jeopardy exam twice. You may have trouble finding the following in government websites. Laura Bridgman, whose name has no E, was an old woman when she met young Helen Keller, who in turn learned from Anne Sullivan, better known as the Miracle Worker. An Alabama state quarter has Braille in honor of Helen. You might have heard the name Mae Jemison from her cameo as a Star Trek character and a namesake more recently. This real-life first Black female astronaut came after Sally Ride was the first American female astronaut in 1981, well after our Russian and Soviet rivals sent up her predecessor, Valentina Tereshkova, in 1963. Except the Mercury 13 women had been space-ready by 1961, some of whom cheered Sally on sight. Below I have a list of the 1995 survivors. Krista McCullough, the doomed school teacher of 1986, had the bad luck of flying the Space Shuttle Challenger in January 1986, a mistake repeated to execute another 7 heroes in January 2002 on the Columbia Shuttle, mere days after I read about a new recruitment effort for school teachers like myself. Kalpana Chawla and Lauren Clark joined her as fallen heroes. The 688th Army Major Charity Adams, she finished World War II as a lieutenant colonel, being the highest ranked black woman there, sorted and sent backlogs of mail to the mostly white male troops. Final example, in June 1944, a unit of 63 black Army Nurse Corps nurses came to the 168th Station Hospital in Warrington, Cheshire, Britain.
15 seconds.
Back to my connection. Sadly, GI benefits for housing and education skewed towards white men like my grandfather, not others like Air Force veteran and veteran talker Randy Rose, despite 6 years in service. And that's your women's history lesson.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Dana Smith, and then Hubert Dubé.
How y'all doing today? My name is Dana Smith. What's up, commissioners, mayor, vice mayor, attorneys, management? And that's shout out to my grandma. Y'all know that's my grandma right there. Miss Smith is my grandma.
Yes, sir.
No, but honestly, the last time I came here, I got with Jackson Hospital, and they seen my qualities and my special cares that I know how to do, and my research and my resources. They joined me in helping them they helping them out with doing stuff for them for Jackson Hospital. I like to thank y'all for that. And I heard y'all were talking about media and social media and marketing. That's what I do for a living. I'm a marketing consultant. All they have to do is do my homework, and based on what y'all got going on and what I was listening to, it's pretty much that y'all just need to get a structure and a plan to get the outer city to come into the inner city. I have an MBA on the streets of Miami, like seriously. I know Miami like all my life. This is all I did all my life. I'm from Miami. So I'm good and going out in the streets and getting the word out and but I have to get the homework done first. I need to know the area. I need to map it out. I need to know how many stores. I like how he broke down all the breakdown sheets. I need all of that to compile with my team and my staff, because I do have a guerrilla marketing team. I do have a marketing team, period. I got everything y'all thinking of. I am a printer. I can print anything y'all want. I can do everything. Everything y'all see in here that's printed, I can do it. So I'm very, very skillful on what I do. I just over 56 years. I'm 56 years old. So I know how to put a plan together. And I'm listening to what y'all talking about. And I love what Ms. Smith was talking about. It's visual first, then structure. Because if I see something looking old, like the way stuff look old these days, you're not going to go there when you have a sophisticated or somebody have a mall that's looking professional than your mall. And that's how people is these days. Everybody want to be bougie these days. Everybody. I don't care who it is. They the old-fashioned everybody, they on bouginess. Everybody want to see the shine, the glory, this, that. And that's what I was understanding what she was saying. And that's what they need. Honestly, that's what they're looking for, because, old-fashioned is out now. It's a new future. It's a new wave. We're going into the fifth dimension. So it's a whole nother dimension that we're going into. And that's another bracket I don't even want to talk about. But I'm just telling y'all, we need, from what I understand and what I've seen, I understand what y'all need. So if y'all need me to come in, and all I need to do my homework on what I've seen and the planning, and I can help y'all out, because I do have an MBA. Trust me. Thank you.
Thank you. Hubert Dubé.
My grandson.
Good evening, Mayor and Commission. So tonight I'm very happy because I hope what I saw tonight from on the bottom of your heart.
Please,
sorry, 530 Northeast, 178. My name is Hubert Dubé. I said that already.
I didn't hear you.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, like I said, what I saw tonight on the dais, and then I hope it from the bottom of your heart, because I saw unity, because not Miami Beach is diversity. I'm happy tonight. But tonight, I have to make a suggestion about the city manager, because I have a lot of complaint from my neighborhood, and then when they come to the water department customer, and then they have a lot of problem, and then the communication. So we need to find a way, because I know my people, they have a lot of my people, they doesn't know how to speak, we try to explain their problem. So now I'm here, I'm the voice of my people. So now thinking about that to see how you can resolve, make a better customer service to water department. Thank you.
Diane Doolittle, and then Daniel Pierre.
Come on, relax.
Hi, good evening. Okay. Excuse me, Diane Doolittle. I live in Sunray West. I was hearing some of the comments tonight. Is that better? Oh, okay. I know with parking, they said you want to start charging for parking and setting it up. I don't understand where it could be. It sounds like commercial, all right. Part of 163rd Street, there's little buildings behind some of them. There's parking. I think it would be a hindrance for the businesses that are there to have their people charge for parking. And also, I thought on 170 Hanover Boulevard, which was a dismal product, which was supposed to renovate the city, didn't happen. So there's parking along there, but there's also residential and commercial. How is that trying to work? I know the properties that they're building or have been approved to build don't have as many parking spaces as they would have residents if they were 100% full. Where would you suggest these people park? We don't have adequate land that I can vision, and I've lived in the city for over 50 years. Also, I just don't get the feeling that the people that are coming to speak to us about economic issues understand the boundaries of the city, because a lot of Biscayne Boulevard they're talking about is not in North Miami Beach. How can you target just portions of what it is? You'd have to say, here's North Miami Beach. Oh, this is yellow now. We're not in North Miami Beach. And then, oh, blue, we're back. There's several areas like that. When they talk about more commercial, the mall at 163rd Street's been sold, as I understand. What are they going to be building? And can we charge for parking there? I presume that's their own private property. The only schools that are in North Miami Beach are Grenell's, and I can't remember the other one. It's on 18th Avenue. Sable Palm. Okay, so, but we don't have the schools that are there are North Miami Beach Senior and North Miami Beach Junior, right? And they do have the STEM program there, so I mean that's something to talk about. But I don't see where you're going to have all the parking available, and I don't see the infrastructure of putting in parking for all the businesses that are here. Thank you.
I interject really quickly about parking. I just wanted to check in with the manager. Did we ever revise our plans for condos, like parking spaces per room? I remember this conversation being.
We voted on it.
Oh, you did?
Yes.
I think it was before she.
But yeah, we did. That was part of the. Yeah, but before.
Okay, so it was increased?
Yeah, from my understanding, yeah.
Okay. I had it that it wasn't done yet. Okay.
So much.
We had a discuss. I don't want to belabor the point, but yeah,
I know. Just.
But if you can get clarification for the vice mayor, I
please.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
I don't want to misspeak. Mr. Pierre, sorry, please go.
Yeah, okay, thank you, no problem. I am home, no problem. You could talk long you could talk. All right, so far tonight, I am here tonight for something else tonight. Anyway, my name is Daniel Pierre. My address is 15240 Northeast 10 Court. So, the reason I'm here tonight, I'm coming here to say something about my neighborhood again. Something have to be done. So the situation is the sidewalk. We have the sidewalk for the people to walk, for the kid to play or walk, things like that. So what I see now, we cannot even walk. The kid cannot do anything at the sidewalk. There's the car parked everywhere in the sidewalk. Something have to be done. So everything I'm coming here to talking about that neighborhood, so far, nothing never done. Nothing. So I would like to know why. So it cannot be like that. So the sidewalk is for the people to walk. It's not for the people to park the car. Park the truck, they park anywhere they want. That's like, is out of control. Something have to be done. We need help.
Is it a specific time?
They park anytime, day and night. They don't
and
care.
night.
The people don't care. They park anytime.
But when's it the worst? At night?
Night, day, anything. From where now you go now, you see car just like you in the beach.
Okay. We have the chief. We also have the city manager.
So we need help. So I'm coming here for the reason I'm coming here. We need help. All right. Thank you. Thank you. So far, I see everybody in the seat looking good. That's the way I want to see everybody to be. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Looking good, too.
Next speaker.
Mark Judy. Or Judy, sorry. Okay, relax. Where is it?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and the council. My name is Mark Nene Judy. I'm a radio and TV host for the Haitian Caribbean community, and I'm also the president of the Haitian media. This evening, I'm here on behalf of the Haitian American Historical Society. That's the organization that built the Haitian monument, that helped the battle of the Revolutionary War for the United States to gain their freedom. We having our 17th annual event every year. Last year we had it in North Miami, and thanks for Commissioner McKenzie and Daniela that had help. But this year we want to have it here in city of North Miami Beach. And it's a historical event, it's a multicultural event. And it's the first time we have it here, and it's been pretty much everywhere in the state of Florida. And that organization also fought with Congress for 10 years before we finally built that monument in Savannah, Georgia. And we don't want to lose that traditions, and we want to keep it alive. And I'm here on behalf of the chairwoman that could not be here, and we request some type of title sponsorship and invite all of you to be part of this great event. And Commissioner McKenzie, aware of it, he knows what this organization has done. And if you can help as far as funding and be part of this event, we'll be more than happy. And especially you, Mr. Mayor. This is gonna be good for the city because it's not a Haitian thing. It's a multicultural, because the Haitians are always the first that came and helped fighting this battle in October 9, 1779. Now we have our independence because of us. So we're asking for your support, your title sponsorship, whatever can be done, and a special invitation to you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
And I think Miss Marlene has all the information already.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mayor, that was the last sign. Someone's coming up.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Mubarak Azan. You bring strategic planners in here and think that the city would be better. But we are labeled as the second most corrupt city in Dade County. So putting lipstick on pig, that's not going to change. You have to change within your heart. At the pinnacle of the strategic planning, we were labeled as the second most corrupt city. And that has not changed, because I remember when Commissioner Smuckler was telling me, oh no, we're not that anymore. One of our boys almost went to jail. So again, consent decree. We do not have a consent decree to change from septic to sewer. That was a false narrative the mayor and you, Commissioner Smuckler, was pushing. It's not. And I have you on tape. I have you on video. Don't even quarrel. And
I am gonna answer it because I'm not pushing it, okay?
if you want to
Maybe I
spend,
made a mistake and said it, but I'm not pushing it, so don't ever put words in my mouth. And we weren't the second, we were the third, and that was in 2017 or 2018.
Continue, speaker.
thank you. If you want to spend money, we have all the pipes to replace. That is, Eastern Shores where you live had the pipes replaced, but not the rest of the customers. And it was $6 million and it changed to $15 million. And our Vice Mayor, Lin Su, she was up at Tallahassee fighting for our water plant. We are going to be losing $12,500, Mr. Mayor, under your leadership. From Miami,
12,000?
12,500 customers, 12,500 customers from Miami Gardens will not be paying their surcharge because they figure that because our water plant is in their city, they should only pay what we're paying here. Well, the thing is, I heard the city manager, and he was not given the facts of how much debts we have, and we have to pay through our taxes. I briefed him up, and I hope he is prepared to go back again, and most of you should be going back with those facts. I alone can't do it. I was awakened the 11th hour to come up with these things. We've had an enterprise. The enterprise fund was from since 2011 until 2022. And then he revived it in 2024. We have spent $38 million from that enterprise fund to fix water plant. Then we spent, from 2002 to 2008, we spent over $100 million for the water plant expansion. We increased it in size and in capacity. The list is long, but we're over $250 million in debt just taking care of that water plant.
Time.
And for Miami Garden people, the leaders, to come and say that they should only be paying what we are paying, you know what? My taxes, they need to pay that as well too, because we're having in our property taxes that portion that we have to pay for the water plant expansion.
Thank you, Mr. Kazan.
That they have to cover as well.
Thank you, Mr. Kazan.
I can go on a little bit more, but
Thank you, Mr. Kazan.
thank you very much for having me.
Thank you.
Okay, Madam Clerk, we are on to announcements. Hopefully we can keep it brief.
Mayor, your closing public comment?
Yes, I'm closing public comment. And moving on to item number 7, announcements. And I preface to my colleagues, we can keep it brief. Madam Clerk, if you want to move forward with announcements.
That'll be Jennifer.
Yes.
Hi. Good evening, Mayor and Commission. I'll make this brief. We have Farm Share tomorrow, Thursday, March 20th, starts at 9 a.m. here at the Kevin R. Sims Aquatic Center. Tomorrow as well, we have Tertulia Presenta Mujeres que Inspiran at the North Miami Beach Library at 7 p.m. We have Bike Ride in the 305 this Sunday, March 23rd at 9 a.m. Registration starts at 8 a.m. and it starts here at City Hall. We have our 3rd annual NMB Water Charity Golf Classic on Friday, March 28th at 11 a.m. at the Miami Shores Country Club. Senior Luncheon Friday, March 28th at 11 a.m., Marjorie and William McDonald Center. Youth College Tour, there'll be 2 of those. The first one will be Monday, March 31st at 8 a.m. here at City Hall. We have Sensory History Time during Autism Awareness Month, Saturday, April 5th at 1 p.m. at the North Miami Beach Library. 29th Annual Florida Tour de Force, that begins Monday, April 7th to Friday, April 11th at the North Miami Beach Police Department. We have National Library Week celebration, starts Monday, April 7th to Friday, April 11th at the North Miami Beach Library. We have our next Farm Share drive-through distribution, Thursday, April 17th at 9 a.m. at the Ulita Park Community Center. Our second installment of the Youth College Tour, that'll be Friday, April 18th at 8 a.m. at City Hall. We have Heritage Day with Voters Council of NMB. That will be Saturday, April 19th. Time and location to be announced. Jazz Appreciation Month will be celebrated Friday, April 25th. Time to be announced, and that will be at the North Miami Beach Discovery Library. The 8th annual the North Miami Beach Police Department PAL and Charity Golf Classic, Friday, April 25th at 7 a.m. at the Miami Shores Country Club. Arbor Day Tree Giveaway, Saturday, April 26th, 9 a.m. at the Senator Gwen Margolis Amphitheater. Día Internacional del Libro, that'll be Monday, April 28th at 10:30 a.m. till 7, so it'll be all day at the North Miami Beach Library. And then Family Story Time, Wednesday, April 30th at 6:30 at the North Miami Beach Library.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item is Commissioner reports.
Mr. Mayor, could you straighten out about Arbor Day? It's on here.
Oh, no.
We are having it or we're not having it?
No, it's No, it's on. It's on. It's just that I want to have a mayoral discussion that it's on the agenda after the discussion items you have. No, I'm going to bring it up before we leave. I promise you that, because I did not know that we didn't have everything. I did not know that. So that being.
We don't have funds. How are we having it? That's my question.
No, we do have funds. We just need additional funding from my understanding, right? So we'll have a discussion, Commissioner. But if we can keep the meeting moving along, and we have Commissioner reports coming up next, if we can be very brief and moving this along, would be well appreciated. Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Chernoff.
Good evening, everybody. I am proud and honored to celebrate Women's History Month, so congratulate every woman you know about a wonderful month. Bike 305 is coming up on Sunday. It starts at 8 a.m. registration, and 9 a.m. is going to ride, and the level of riding is remedial. So anybody can do it. It's not far, and it's not at a fast pace. So my colleagues are all welcome to come, and it's a great event that we have. Farm Share is this Thursday at Victory Park Pool. So please, 9 a.m., any families that need some food, Farm Share does a wonderful job of providing a lot of supplies for anybody who we don't discriminate against being a North Miami Beach resident or a county resident or a Fort Lauderdale resident. You're all welcome. All right, I have a community engagement forum on the 27th. That's when I go to a community and give my time from 6 to 8 p.m. at the Ulita Center. It will be this time. So please, if anybody has any questions, call Bernice in the council office. All right, Monday, April 7th is Tour de Force registration. Okay, that is the police department's annual event that they do for the fallen officers' families. So it's very important that if you can't ride and you can't go, please make a donation. They would love it, and it goes to the families. So we thank them for doing that. And that is it. Good night.
Commissioner Florimon.
Thank you so much, Madam City Clerk. I'm glad that we had a great start to our meeting as far as the strategic plan and the economic development plan. And I trust that the city manager's office will schedule our retreat as soon as possible. In addition to that, I had the opportunity to meet with our CFO, so that was a great meeting. And I learned that he's from Morocco. So that is one of my favorite places. So yeah, so that was a good meeting, and it provided some insight as to where our city can go, and I'm excited about some of the team members that we have on board, including Stacy Hipsman. Got to give you a shout out. Our water plant director, give you a shout out as well. All of our team. I think we're coming together. We just need to really move at lightning speed to get things done. Aside from that, I just want to say I wish that we have an expedient meeting. I see the mayor has his gavel in his hand. I don't know how much time. So I'm going to bring this to a close and look forward to an expedient meeting. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Jean.
Record timing. Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for having me tonight and all of our commission. I wanted to start off by thanking everyone for my birthday wishes. I celebrated a birthday this past week, and so did our our city attorney as well, so all the March babies. I also wanted to send a special thank you to the economic development team, HR, and Parks and Recreation for doing such an amazing job with our career and job fair. We had over 300 plus people who attended, and it was such an amazing success. So thank you to Parks and all of the departments that played a part in the success. I wanted to also wish Happy Women's History Month to all my fellow commissioners and all the women out there who do such a great job. City Clerk, Chief of Staff, thank you so much to all the women who lead in our various departments. And I also wanted to mention, I have a few questions for our city manager. We had approved some bus shelters a few months ago, maybe a year or so ago, but or two or plus. So I wanted to kind of get a status update on those bus shelters, and also I know we have an MOU as it relates to our speed bumps. So those locations that residents have been harping on, would love to get an update. I had a chance to visit the University of Miami School of Medicine. And one of the things that the dean there spoke about is operational excellence. And I had a conversation with our manager about that, the fact that our operations have a lot of gaps. And those gaps funnel into lack of services or not the expedient services that our residents should get. And so I want to kind of implore my fellow commissioners to look into operational gaps. We're policymakers. We are not here to operate the day-to-day of the city. However, there are gaps that are equating into frustrations for us. And so our deliverables are not being delivered. So we want not only operational efficiencies, but operational excellence. Because we're not here just to be here, we're here to actually have results. So I want to commend the staff, but I do want to also highlight the fact that there are gaps. And when we have these cyclical conversations that year after year, things are not getting done, it's because of these gaps. And so I just want to highlight that. I've had my conversations with the manager, and I think from a structural perspective, we have too many gaps within our divisions. We have a high turnover. There's things that the commission is not privy to, but I want us to actually take the bull by the horns and really take a deeper dive into what's going on with our city. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, may I just in a brief second to Commissioner Jean's point. One of the reasons that I mentioned some of the staff members is because in the conversations they're looking for those gaps, that's what I'm excited about, is that some of these people are actually looking for the issues. They're not painting a rosy picture. They're saying this is where we're failing, this is where we have issues, and if we can find those issues, like you said, Commissioner, then we can begin to really address them. And so I think their honesty really, to me, is the most important thing. They're not sugarcoating it. They're just letting us know what it is. And we have some high skill leveled people here. And I think that's important. I read a quote the other day that, in essence, it's good when you're in a leadership position to have people that are better than you, that know more than you in their particular silo, because that will help you to lead better overall. So I think we have some of those people on board, and I'm excited about that. Just wanted to piggyback.
I'm excited about that too, and I want to commend the staff through the mayor. However, we're only here for a season and a time, and so in the fact, right, Ecclesiastes chapter 3. But what we have to also do is have deliverables. So I love rosy pictures. That's why I'm wearing pink tonight. However, just like the Arbor Day, we would never have known that there was a gap there, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So when does it stop? Or when does it start? So
to that point, Madam Clerk, next.
Commissioner Smith?
Thank you. Thank you for giving me more. Thank you, and thank you, Commissioner, for giving me more time.
Sure, no problem.
First and foremost, before I even start, I'm not taking away the trolleys. I'm not taking away the trolleys. I'm trying to find out why we're paying for a trolley when it goes to a city that has very low millage rate. Why they're not cooperating, why we're not doing it as a share. On the freebie issue, we're getting more freebies. Mr. Manager, I'd like to know when they're coming. I saw the freebie man at the career day, and I would like to know when they're coming. Again, and that was going to be in December, but we're waiting for the money and we're waiting for Tallahassee. And then, you know, the way it works sometimes in North Miami Beach, no offense, just don't take offense to this, but the way it really works, and I tell people, you have to call twice a day and they'll get tired of your call and they'll do something. So we should do that with Tallahassee. If we're waiting for money, let's just call twice a day and let's get the money if that's the problem with the freebies. I want to mention real quick that 159th Street from the county, and this is important for the residents, is going to be widened. And they're going to do it on 2 phases, from Northeast 6th Avenue to West Dixie Highway, and from Northwest 2nd Avenue to Northeast 6th. There is a meeting at Biscayne Gardens that is it comes on Thursdays. I think it's the first Thursday of the month. And they're bringing somebody up from the county to talk about it. I think because it affects our residents losing their parking space, what just you came and talked about, and thank you so much. They're losing their parking places, and they too will be parking on the sidewalk. So we should be aware and we should be ready for that. And let all of our residents will be affected know, as well as the traffic. We don't have the calming devices back on the agenda. The problem with the calming devices wasn't that we don't want them. We want more of them. I don't think anybody on the commission wants less calming devices. I think we want more. The problem was the location, where they're going to be. This is the second time he's coming up explaining about the issues in his street, and we keep hearing from Yulita what's going on there. So there's 2 right there that we could be voting on now and installing tomorrow morning. So please, let's bring that back. Let's go ahead and start to install them, whatever it takes. That may be one of your gap places, Commissioner. Thank you for bringing it up. I want to also congratulate all of our honorees. We have unbelievable women. Dade County itself has a woman mayor. We have unbelievable young people. We have unbelievable givers in this community. Everybody should be 100% not only honoring those, but honoring all the women that you know. I feel bad that the meeting started late. It did start late, but because it was this month to honor women, we had over 15, I think, honorees. And I just think that we could have probably had 15,000 if we really stopped and looked at the women in our city. I want to tell you the Career Day was extremely successful. Not just successful, extremely successful. You had to find room to stand and walk. And that we have a lot of events. Take advantage of them. She read off 2 full pages of what's coming up. But it is definitely going to be the senior luncheon on the 4th Friday of every month. If you don't register, they're going to implement that you can't come in or you'll be served last. We had a table that didn't get fed. They didn't get fed because we had over 30 people that didn't register and came and sat down. So you must register. You must find out what our activities are, because look at what's going on in our library. Look what's going on there. And when you go there, it's not a group of 20 people. It's a group of 200 people taking pictures of everything, enjoying the music, enjoying the dancing, enjoying the camaraderie. Take advantage. I also want to say that, on a sad note, I've been to a lot of funerals this past month. A lot of funerals representing the city, giving out proclamations to the families. And if you don't appreciate and love and hug those that you know and love, you're going to be the loser. Because one of the women were very young, and it happened very suddenly. And to watch her 4 grown children come in, I can just tell you, please, I think I've been to 6 in 1 month. So that was important for me to tell you. And before I get the cane pulled on me, let me just say that I'm going to be walking at Bike 305. So if anybody wants to walk with me, I will be doing it. I do walk a little on the faster side. I'll try. And I also want to say, on a happy note, congratulations to our astronauts for coming back home safely. Yay to that. And Mr. Mayor, I want to thank you for putting up with me, but know that I'm doing the people's business for the people.
We all are. Next.
Well, I am especially.
Commissioner Smuckler.
Okay, so I'm gonna actually maybe ride the Bike 305. Let's see if I can if I can get my act together and my guts together and my anyhow. So first of all, I want to not only just celebrate Commissioner Smith, Commissioner Jean, and Vice Mayor Sue for Women's History Month, but also our directors that are women. We have Dania Hernandez from our library, from our amazing library. We have Cherise George from procurement. We have Stacy Hipsman from HR and Andres Bernard from our clerk's office. Am I missing any other directors? Oh, our chief of staff, Marlene Monestein. Who am I missing? Oh, Jennifer from, I said Marlene, Jen from
Curly.
Curling from the
okay, curling too. That's right. So, and that's it. I think I have everybody. So we celebrate you and we thank you for all your hard work. Let's see. And then there's the birthdays of Commissioner Jean and our attorney Joe Geller. Happy birthday. But you know what? In just a few weeks, and he's somewhere around, is Jay Chernoff's birthday. So happy birthday, Jay. He didn't hear us. He would have been yelling, thank you. Also, the other day I was driving westbound on 163rd, and I was looking at that. It's like a mural where it has all the names of the different neighborhoods of the cities that was done.
The
FPL substation, and not today or tomorrow, but sooner rather than later, it's going to need to be retouched. So I'm not sure if that's something we want to do, but it's fading. It's beginning to fade. So that's something we're going to have to be talking about.
You think we need a water feature? Sorry. That's an old joke.
Happy birthday, Jay.
But I agree with you.
Happy birthday, Jay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Go ahead.
Okay. It's okay. Yeah, but I mean, it's something that eventually we're going to have to bring up. But yes, so also, let's see, where am I? To the family of Lincoln Diaz Ballard, our sympathies to him. He was such an amazing person and such a fighter against the communism in Cuba, and I thank him so much for that. And about that gentleman who was here before, that article about us being a corrupt city was from 2018. It was almost 7 years ago in July. That's like so old news, and it was from the Miami New Times. Like, look at the source. And and it actually mentioned all 34 cities in it. All 34 cities were mentioned in Miami-Dade County. I was just looking at it right now. And yes, the mayor and I did talk about a consent decree, and I was actually told that by a previous manager that we had a consent.
The county has it. However, we're strongly recommended to move.
Mhm.
There's other issues.
Okay, so, but you and I are not.
We've
planning-
always had it.
No, we're not planning to.
Fortuna, we've always had it.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Always.
So go on.
Okay, so I
don't want to
just-
lose track with.
Yeah, I just want to clarify, we're not like plotting to convert the city and so on and so forth. And then the last thing that I think I have here on my, oh, no, the second to last thing is, and I only want to say it because Sharice is here. I'm not sure if she's going to be here towards the end. And Andres had put that Commissioner Smith wanted item 15.7 as a Texas U-turn, but I think we're in a cone of silence.
Yeah, we are.
So we can't discuss it if we are, right?
No, I don't. I mean, it is out to bid, so that might.
So I just wanted to.
In depth with the project, no, but.
Come up.
I'm sorry.
Mhm.
I apologize.
I just don't. We shouldn't. I don't want to.
Mhm.
I was gonna mention. I was like, wait a minute.
Good evening.
Yeah.
In depth with the project, no, but talk about the basics. That it's out on the street and the time frame and stuff. That those are basics that we can discuss. Okay.
Okay. Mhm. Okay, all right, so good, we've got that clear. And by the time of our next meeting, it'll already be Passover, so happy Passover to,
Pesach.
yes, to those who celebrate.
Vice Mayor.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Happy Women's History Month. I wanted to recognize the staff, but Commissioner Smuckler stole the scene there. So I'll just give it to her there. It's been a month of a lot of activities going on. So I wanted to thank the staff a lot because we had an emergency event because of the Bibas family tribute. We had a little candlelight event, and then we had just about 200 people show up. I want to thank the community. I want you to know that we're here to support you. For me, it was very touching, and I'm very happy that it really got to fill a void for a lot of our residents who are dealing with the loss of life, the murdering of hostages in captivity. I also wanted to mention that I'm excited about our studies from FIU. I had an event here in the city. It was co-hosted with the North American Economic Herald, which brought in a lot of food and beverage and hospitality. The delegate was brought over by the U.S. Embassy in Beijing. They're looking to invest. They came here to visit North Miami Beach, and they like it. So this is great news for us. That means that we're going to have that possibility of all this investment that we're putting in. We just have to make sure that we set the ground and make it fertile so that when they plant the seed, it'll grow. The other thing that I want to thank Commissioner Chernoff for co-hosting a fluoride town hall. I'm still having a little bit of a problem uploading the video, but I really hope that the residents and everybody will watch it and make your own decision on what you want to do regarding our potable water that is coming out of your faucet. Okay, do you want to continue to drink that? Do you want to add a filter until we decide? I know that Miami-Dade County is rescheduling that bill. Their bill is to remove or the addition of fluoride until April 1st, so we'll be staying tuned into that one. Then the next thing is I want you guys to all know that I am looking for ways to bring down the cost of living for our residents. Okay, so there's a couple of things that I have attended in this past month. There was the Blue Waterways with the Miami-Dade League of Cities, led by, I believe, Mayor Nickerson and the mayor of North Bay Village.
Mayor Mitchell and from Miami Springs. And
so it's called Blue Waterways. So basically, like there was, it's about how do we mitigate flood? How do we deal with stormwater and so on and so forth, and looking at solutions in a bigger picture and maybe a collaborative effort. So I really like that. We also had a meeting with the Department of Energy at the water plant. We're looking for grants and we're looking for funding, supporting, and also loans. So to give our infrastructure a big boost, as you could see in the FIU report, we need a big boost in our infrastructure. I also was in Tallahassee, as Kazan had mentioned, and I want to thank the residents and the staff, both Mario, Hamid, actually Tariq, and also got that, and also Kazan himself, Bruce Lamberto, the chair of PUC. We all got together, like phone calls all day on Sunday, just to make sure that I get all the points and the issues right about our water plant and what we have invested. Right? I have some key points, and maybe if you would like to help us, this fight is not quite lost yet. All right, we need to write to our senators, write to our state representatives. I was very fortunate. I think that our representatives have been very fair. They have given me time when I was up there. I met up with several of them that were on the committee. I spoke with them, and they were very empathetic to our situation. And yet, of course, with a compelling argument from them, we have not had enough time to really share with them about why it is that we have this surcharge. So right now, they have passed that bill through 3 committees. It's going on the floor of the House next. And if we can all get together and write an email or call our state representative or all of our representatives, because on the floor it's 120 of them. You could send out a mass email on that, and we could possibly maybe steer them in a way that allows them to see what our expenses are. Teamwork. I think this is very crucial. Like, what I realized was it was staff, it was residents, it was people with knowledge, and we all got together and, pulled our brains together. So we have a lot of things coming up. We've got the centennial. We've got a lot of things that we have in the pipeline here, and we want to make sure that we all work as a team. Okay, I'm excited about the free clinic I'm going to be talking about today. So stay tuned.
Mayor.
And I just want to quickly
Commissioner Smucker, you had a...
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just also want to acknowledge 2 things. The Heart Health Walk, which was a tremendous success. Thank you to all 6 of you for being there, for being part of it. Thank you to Parks and Rec. Thank you to Public Works. Thank you to PD. Thank you to everyone for making it, I think, probably the most successful or the most attended one yet. And once again, thank you to our police department for taking care of all of us always. Thank you, our residents, our families, our employees. Thank you so much for putting your lives on the line for us.
Even though you made it longer.
Well, you didn't have to do it all the way, though.
We did.
Okay, well, that's good.
Mayor Michael Joseph.
I'm going to be an example. 2 things. I went to the National League of Cities last week. Was able to meet a lot of stakeholders. Was able to meet with the offices of Rick Scott. In essence of what type of resources we could bring down. Going to be having some follow-up conversations because, even though it might seem that government is just, not as conducive right now, there are some ways we can make some inroads in a bipartisan way. So I'm happy that I was able to make these additional connections or reinforce these connections that we've always been able to really pull on from our federal partners. I did meet up with the offices of Congresswoman Frederica Wilson, but during that whole time it was that whole budget issue and if it was going to pass. But I was able to meet a lot of individuals, but they were pretty occupied on that main issue. And I have some meetings set up in the near future to follow up. Next, and issue is, as you well know, we have this particular bill pertaining to our water plant. I asked all of my members on this commission to have a united front, reach out to the city manager, schedule some time to go up there. This is important. We need to fight as a united front, push, because at the end of the day, we're responsible for it. One of the speakers pointed out that, that it'll be a loss under my administration. No, it'll be a loss for all of us if that were to happen. And we've been able to present certain arguments and put our positions, but we have to be very present and remain present. So please reach out to the manager, schedule some time to go up there, work this out, and give them our side of the story, because we have not had an opportunity to do so. We've let other people speak for us, but they need to see our faces. So I ask you all to do that. That being said, Madam Clerk, next item.
Consent agenda.
Move to approve. Move to introduce.
Okay.
Attorney?
Attorney.
Item 9.1, Commission Conference Meeting Minutes of February 18, 2025. Item 9.2, Regular Commission Meeting Minutes of February 18, 2025. Item 9.3, Resolution Number R 2025-33, approving an agreement with multiple vendors for the purchase of police uniforms and accessories, introduced by the Procurement Director, Charisse George Depoissois. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing a piggyback contract between the city and multiple vendors for police uniforms and accessories for an estimated annual budgeted amount not to exceed $60,000. Authorizing the city manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.4, Resolution Number R 2025-34, approving an agreement with CAP Government, Inc. for plans review, inspection, and professional services, introduced by the building official, Danny Ozuna. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving a piggyback contract between the city and CAP Government, Inc. for plans review, inspection, and professional services in an estimated annual budgeted amount not to exceed $60,000. Authorizing the city manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, subject to the budget appropriation and availability of funds, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.5, Resolution Number R 2025-35, approving task order for the Corradino Group for Professional Engineering Services, brought by the Community Development Director, Zafar Ahmed. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving a task order for professional engineering services for the Northeast Corridor Station Area Master Plan Development in an amount not to exceed $145,000 with the Corradino Group under the Continuing Services Agreement for professional consulting services, and authorizing the city manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts and subject to the budget appropriation and availability of funds, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.6, Resolution Number R 2025-36, approval to apply for the Florida Inland Navigation District FIND grant for the purchase of a new marine patrol vessel for the NMB Police Department, brought by the Chief of Police, Juan Penillas. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, authorizing the city manager to apply for grant assistance under the Florida Inland Navigation District Waterways Assistance Program to acquire a marine patrol vessel, providing for incorporation of recitals, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.7, Resolution Number R 2025-37, authorizing the city manager to sign Milton Littman Park 4F de minimis finding letter for the Department of Transportation, brought by the Community Development Director, Zafar Ahmed. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, for authorizing the city manager to sign the Milton Littman Park 4F de minimis finding for Florida Department of Transportation, FDOT Project Development and Environmental PD&E study for the I-95 corridor from south of State Road 860, Miami Gardens Drive, to north of the Broward County line, financial project ID number 414964-1-22-01, providing for findings of fact, confirming expiration and limitation of approval, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date. That is your consent agenda, Mr. Mayor.
Move to approve consent agenda.
Do I have a second? Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Pass unanimously. Next item.
Move to introduce ordinance number 2025-01, first reading.
Second.
City Attorney.
Mayor, item 11.1, ordinance number 2025-01, amending section 9.9-35 entitled Camping Prohibited. First reading, brought by the Chief of Police, Juan Penillas, an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, amending the City of North Miami Beach Code by amending Chapter 9, entitled Offenses and Miscellaneous Provisions, by amending Section 9-35, entitled Camping Prohibited, to provide a uniform procedure for identifying camping and police department enforcement of the camping prohibition, providing for codification, conflict, scrivener's error, severability, and providing for an effective date.
Good evening, Mayor, Commission, Vice Mayor.
Hey, Chief.
So this was a bill that was passed by the state, the House and the Senate back in October 1st, 2024. It's basically just giving law enforcement direction and the authority to arrest those that are considered camping, which is homelessness. Obviously, as a police department, we'll give these individuals the opportunity to take them to a shelter. If they refuse to receive that type of help, then we have the authority to arrest. And also, in addition to that, it allows residents and business owners to now legally sue the city if we don't enforce that.
It's because state law is a catch-22, basically.
Correct.
So that's why I have philosophical disagreements with this, but given my position and given the potential liability to our residents, the issue is pretty clear. Commissioner Smith, do you have any thoughts? Wait, and it is the first reading, and so I have to open it up for public comment. Do we have any public comment in regards to this particular ordinance? Seeing none, I'll close it and come back to the dais. Do I have any thoughts from the commissioners on this issue?
No, the only thing I had a question on is on number F. It says any personal property that was inventoried and stored by the city police department for those that are transferred to shelter. Should we add what happens to it after the 60 days of the date of the inventory shall be deemed abandoned and disposed of according to FS chapter 705. So is that destroyed?
So normally we set it for destruction, any property that's abandoned, or we just can no longer house in our property
So
room.
I'm asking, should we make it clear? Maybe the attorney should.
We can add that to our policy.
I mean, I'm just.
It's first reading, so if you want to add that on there, now
It doesn't really have to be in the ordinance. If
Okay.
the policy states that, then that's sufficiently clear.
Okay. I don't want anybody to come back after that either and say,
Yeah.
okay.
Okay. So it's on the record. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
The motion, second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? It's a roll call, or is it?
It's a roll call.
Okay, please, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Chernoff,
Yes.
Commissioner Florimon,
Yes.
Commissioner Jean,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Commissioner Smuckler,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sue,
Yes.
Mayor Michael Joseph.
Yes.
Passes 7-0.
All right. Thank you,
Move to
Chief.
introduce resolution number R 2025-38.
Second.
Oh, yes. Do I have a? Yeah, it's a.
Second.
It's a resolution, right? Yeah. Okay. Please introduce. This is the water department, right?
Item 11.2.
Yeah.
Resolution number R 2025-38, approving a change order with Lowest North American of Alabama, Inc., for the furnishing, delivery, and discharge of quicklime, brought by the Water Director Hamid Nikvan, a resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing a change order to the contract with Lowest North America of Alabama, Inc., increasing the contract by an amount not to exceed $297,000, authorizing the city manager or designated to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, subject to the budget, appropriations, and availability of funds, and providing for an effective date.
So this is a change order. We're asking for an additional $297 annually. This will bring it to the previously approved annual budget amount of $1.397 million. We came to commission back in 2023 for $1.1 million annually, and we have used more than that. Last year, we averaged over $1.3 million in the delivery and discharge of lime softening. So we're asking to go to the previously approved budget amount.
All right, bring it back before the commission. Do I have any discussion? Do I have a motion and a second?
Move to approve.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None opposed. Passes unanimously. Next item.
Move to introduce resolution number R 2025-39.
Item 11.4, resolution number R-22. Wait, did I skip?
11.3.
Sorry. Item 11.3, resolution number R 2025-39, approving award of ITB-24-039-SG, raw water transmission mains and wells, brought by the Water Director Hamid Nikvan, A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission in the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the award of invitation to bid number ITB-24-039-SG, raw water transmission mains and wells to Southern Underground Industries, Inc., in a total not to exceed amount of $5,287,717, authorizing the city manager designee to execute an agreement with the lowest responsive and responsible bidder, authorizing the city manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, and subject to the budget appropriation and availability of funds, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, we did a solicitation, a 60-day solicitation for this water construction project. While we were evaluating the project, the water department, their CIP team, as well as the EOR, the engineer of record, did evaluation to look at the use of one of the wells that were on the scope of work. We decided to remove those wells from the scope of work and go back to the respondent bidders for a best and final offer. We did that, and these offers, they're in the memo, but the offer that we're recommending for award does include a 10% contingency. That is within budget. It is important that we take a look at this contingency now. It is not a must use, but we do need to look at it now because we are facing issues with lead times and equipment and possible tariffs. And so folks are all up in arms. So we want to make sure that we have this approval up front in the event that we need to use it.
Move to approve.
Do we have any discussion on this item? Okay.
No, we don't,
Second.
Mr. Mayor.
Second.
I just want to ask the,
We got a motion second, but Commissioner Smith,
You can still have this.
I just want to ask the attorney something, the city attorney, that under the explanation, the sentence that says funding for water-related management support services has been secured through WIFIA funding and water revenue bonds, Series 2020-A. Shouldn't that be added? Can we add that somewhere in the actual vote, that that's where the money came from in the resolution?
Well, it says it's subject to budget appropriation and availability of funds, so I don't know that it has to be in the reso. Oh, sorry. It's in there that it's subject to that. I don't know that we have to specify it where it's in the backup, but if you would be more comfortable, I mean, there's certainly no reason that we can't do that.
I'm only more comfortable because when I ran 15 years ago, somebody asked me to get the resolutions, and the resolution there doesn't tell you what that appropriation funds is. It doesn't tell you.
We can certainly
that one
interlineate
sentence,
into
cost
the
is so many
existing
million.
resolution, that we could put that language if you would prefer that it's in the resolution.
I would.
So we have a motion. We have a motion second. Do you? I guess
I'll accept.
But procedurally, right? How do we do this right?
It's an amendment, and
It's an amendment.
that's
So
correct.
Does the second accept the amendment?
Can you restate the amendment for the record?
Yes.
The commissioner would like the source of the funds that we're using to be included in the resolution, and
Because it's a $5 million project, I just like it.
Yes.
there's no reason that we can't or shouldn't do that.
Move to approve as amended.
As amended, and the second.
Second.
Okay. So now we call. Can we call a vote on the issue?
You can just do a quick voice vote on the amendment,
On both.
Mr. Mayor, I recall we would vote on the amendment and then approve as amended.
Yes.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You have to have a voice vote on the amendment to approve the amendment. Once it's
so-
amended, you can vote on the item as amended.
So as the.
That's exactly
So
correct.
now we're going to vote on the item as amended.
No, sir.
Oh, wait,
You need to
amendment.
do,
The added addition amendment. I'm sorry.
you need to do just a quick voice vote. The maker and seconder of the motion have accepted the amendment as friendly, but you should still just ask all in favor of the amendment so you can do the amendment procedure.
All in favor of the amendments, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
None opposed. Now we move on to the actual.
Now you have an amended resolution in front of you that interlineates into what was there.
I make a
the source
motion
of the
with it
funds.
amended, with the amendment.
It was already made and seconded.
So we'll
Yeah, but it wasn't made with the motion, with the
Yeah, it was.
amendment.
No, but
Oh, what?
you had a motion in front of you. You have now amended.
Right.
So what's in front of you
Right.
is the amended motion
Right.
with that language added.
Right.
Now, the only thing that you don't need to make a motion because there is one, but if there was more discussion, you could make a motion to move the question to end discussion, but if you've already exhausted discussion, you don't need to do that. You just need to ask the clerk to call the vote.
Well, it's a voice vote, right? So
It's a resolution. It can be by voice
as
vote.
amended, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Move on to the next item, which is
Move to
Now we're
introduce
to
resolution 11.4 RO25-40.
Vice Mayor, that's your item.
Okay.
It was just the one added.
The attorney needs to read it.
Did you have a second?
Do I have a motion? Do I have a second on?
I'm sorry, you want to?
Well, Commissioner Turnoff moved.
Yes, and Commissioner.
Oh, there was a second. Okay. Item 11.4, resolution number R 2025-40, memorandum of understanding with UMC Free Clinic. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, authorizing the city to enter into a memorandum of understanding MOU with UMC Free Clinic to promote joint health and wellness initiatives and enhance services for the community, authorizing the city manager to negotiate the terms of the MOU for approval by the City Commission, authorizing the city manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date, sponsored by Vice Mayor Lynn Sue, who I guess speaks next.
Yes, Vice Mayor.
I motion to approve.
Oh no, that doesn't work that way.
Okay. All right. So the UMC Free Clinic has actually been around as UHI Free Clinic for a while now, for about 20 years. And they have recently opened up the UMC Free Clinic several years ago. And they have a mobile unit that I wanted to invite them to come and serve our residents. Usually they serve residents they only ask for your name. If you don't have insurance, if you don't have any, any funding to take care of your health, they do that all for free. And I visited their site with their free clinic with the manager and the chief of staff. So they have agreed to start bringing their mobile unit over in April. So I'm open to any questions if anybody has any. So first, it's free to the people. They have drugs and prescription drugs and whatnot that the doctors may prescribe. They also give those out for free. Okay, and it costs us nothing, just a space for them to park their mobile unit for now. If we gain in popularity, or if the demand grows, then we could possibly look for something else that is a little more permanent in the city. Oh. But as for now, we only have the mobile unit. It has 2 exam rooms, and they're going to start in April.
Okay.
No location yet. Maybe, I think the manager said we wanted to, maybe some people might not want others to know that, they're coming to this clinic, so we might kind of park it behind City Hall or, I don't know.
Well, because there's another, and it's funny enough, when I saw the added on a couple of nights ago, and I'm for this item because I was approached by another company. They don't do the prescribing, they just do the testing. And they do have these mobile clinics. They go through Medicaid, and Medicare if you don't have if you're indigent in that sense, and they will do certain things at cost. So anything that can add additional resources to our residents, a lot of these companies just want places to park their vehicles because they do have state funding. They have state grants. So just whatever we can. I do have an initiative through Jackson. I want to do like a certain week out of the month called like Health Week. So residents would have not just, the mobile clinic that you mentioned, but the screening from the cancer bus, something tied to Jackson or any other, or Aetna, whoever, if they're providing these services. So we can have like a designated week out of the month that residents will know, hey, if I want to get some out, because there's a company that would do dental work too. At no cost at all.
Right.
I'm bringing the dental.
Well,
truck.
there you go. That'll be part of that.
I'm trying.
That'll be the Health Week.
They came. That's a free. Well, it's free, or maybe a tiny portion of what you pay. Somebody that went to the clinic, because it is free and it's established in Miami. Mm-hmm. If you can't pay for your dental work, but she came and she said it cost her $250. and she felt terrible, except that the bill was $2,000.
See.
And it only cost her $250.
So I want to have a designated week. I've been talking with senior staff about that. That's why I wanted to start off with Jackson as being the vanguard and really pushing this through. But I would like, you guys to add to that health week to make it a real initiative and really having people say, on this week in North Miami Beach, I can get certain health care done at a free or even reduced cost. And that's, as you pointed out, that's one example.
Working on about
$200 from $2,000. That's a massive difference.
They're working on the
Mr. Mayor, though?
a
Yes.
bus now.
I hate to be the negative one. We do have a hospital in our community called Jackson.
No. Well, Jackson would.
How does this affect them? Because if if they don't like it, it's hurting them. Then
Well. See, the thing is this.
we got to be careful of that.
No. I mean, we're trying to bring more accessibility to our residents, right? That's the main thing. And we have clinics all over the place. Now, the thing is that I'm asking Jackson to be a partner, and they would be a partner. So the more options, the better, because what if we can't get that particular provider that particular week? We still have these other providers that would be there. That'd be the healthcare week or health for our residents. So, Commissioners on.
Thank you. I think it's a great initiative, but I also would say from strategic perspective, all the different MOUs that we have, Hannah, Jackson, this new one, we have to find a way to kind of bridge these in a sense that the efforts are not duplicated, but also from a communication standpoint that the residents are able to also get that information, and whether or not through the mayor to the manager as it relates to location, because if you have an influx of people coming, for example, the library has a partnership with FIU neighborhood. They also do something similar. So I think the communication needs to be bridged, but also from a safety perspective, is there going to be police there? What would be the best venue as it relates to parking? So I think those are nuances that we need to also consider.
We are policymakers. We provide the guidance to our staff, knowing that we've already presented this and these aspects, and let them execute it. So we've. So I don't want to cut off because I want to move forward with your MOU. So I motion.
So I want to add on. Hang on.
Sorry.
And I had a question.
Okay. So and then I'll add at the.
Okay.
Commissioner.
So I don't have a Commissioner Sue, Vice Mayor Sue. I applaud you for bringing this forward, but what I'm not understanding is why we're making this a resolution. Because, like, for example, right? Because for example, about two or 3 years ago, like almost monthly, I had a mammogram mobile coming. It came to every neighborhood except for one, because there just wasn't the bus wouldn't fit there. There was a mammogram mobile coming, but we never did a resolution. We just had it. I mean, all I had to do is basically, it was another manager at the time, but all I basically just said to the manager, is it okay? Can we do a mammogram mobile so-and-so date and so-and-so time? So that's it. I mean, I think it's a great idea. I'm not sure why we're doing it a resolution. Then, like I'm doing it now through the Commission on Status of Women, but we had a mammogram mobile at the Heart Health Walk, and hopefully at the library in October for Breast Cancer Month, we're going to have another mammogram mobile. But I mean, I'm not asking for a resolution for that, so I'm not understanding why it needs to be a resolution. And also, just so you'll know, at the mammogram mobiles, we've never. Maybe the first time a long time ago, but we've never really had police there. So I'm concerned that, I want to clarify that if we're going to do police, now we're adding costs to our city.
No.
So, but again, I mean, also FIU goes to the library. We have Hannah. We don't have resolutions for all this. So I'm not sure.
I don't want to speak for the vice mayor, but sometimes, it comes to this making a statement as a commission, having a full-fledged support. Not to say that you didn't have support with the breast cancer awareness bus. I think that's a value add. The diaper bus,
right?
All that. This just adds an additional emphasis. It's not necessarily needed. It's not, and you can have discussions with the manager if it's good for residents. He has certain thresholds he can meet. but I understand why you want to make it a statement as a collective. Yeah, she's just codifying it. That being said, you don't necessarily need it, and I'm not trying to set up a standard for that.
I'm not gonna. I'm not telling you not to do it. I'm just trying to figure out why you want.
Exactly. So
Okay, so exactly this, the reason why we're having this discussion is why I created the resolution. Because now we know that we have dental coming, we have Jackson North, then and Hannah, and we can all coordinate and talk in public about all these initiatives that we're doing so we can create it and make it more whole. So that's exactly why I'm doing this resolution. It's just to also, I want to know what, now I know what the mayor has planned. And then now we're thinking about having a weekly health month. I mean, this is wonderful, right? This is all sparking a discussion so that we can move this.
Generate economic
positive
development.
Yeah, and also all get behind it. That's the reason. And I'm not saying we didn't get behind your mammogram. I also have another sub reason because I have been texted by a lot of residents asking me, is this going to cost the city anything? And I want to make sure that I express myself that, first of all, you don't even have to have Medicaid. You don't have to have Medicare. This is people who have zero insurance, have no coverage of any kind. You can go to this clinic, just give your name and last name. They check you out, and then they give you the drugs. And also, they have specialists who volunteer for this clinic on a regular basis. So occasionally they'll have cardiologists come in, they'll have oncologists come in, and so on and so forth. So all of this is in a system that I'm relying on our manager to work out.
That's his
to what
job.
we're going to do so we can, get all these initiatives together. So I moved to, no, wait, I think Mackenzie wanted to say something, right? Commissioner Mackenzie? Floorman?
Commissioner Florimond.
Thank you.
Oh, you're speaking a question. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's a very relatively short agenda here, but this. I mean, I understand the whole conversation about resolution versus not having a resolution. It's neither here nor there for me. One of the things that I think is important is when we start talking about if this goes well, something permanent. I think that's really where we need to start thinking, because we've been down this road before with other organizations where the city didn't want to get involved in having clinics on site, what the liability looks like, who's going to be providing the services. So I think that's something that we need to be mindful of. Number two, when it comes to Jackson and how this affects Jackson, I think that if the mission of healthcare providers is to make sure that everyone is doing well, it goes with their mission. And in addition to that, this is outpatient. Yeah. This is outpatient. So this is your primary care services, outpatient, while Jackson is more.
They make their money
Jackson
mostly
North. I think they're mostly inpatient. Correct. So there could be collaborative efforts, but this is the primary care, which is very important because a lot of people don't have access to primary care, preventive health services. So I'm fully in support of this, but I do want to see more collaboration because we do have Hannah here, and they're nurses, nurse practitioners, and they're ready to serve. They're in a building here, and so we can utilize that space more, and to really build a presence for our, as Mayor puts it, indigent population. Underserved population.
All right. Do I have a motion?
I have a question. My light's on.
I have a second, but you can have a. I'm sorry. We have a motion and a second, but Commissioner Smith.
I also am thrilled that something like this comes to our city, but I thought that's what Hannah does. I thought if you didn't have insurance or couldn't afford it, you could go walk into that building.
So I can respond to that. Hannah is a group of nurses, for those who don't know, Haitian American Nurses Association, that are established here, and they have a litany of projects that they work on. One of them is to have some communication with Jackson. If people don't know, once they leave Jackson, how to use their medication, or they need just further advice, they can always call and reach out. I think that there are some gaps that we need to fill when it comes to all programming related to wellness in the city.
But isn't it free or?
It is.
It is free.
Yeah. But I mean, the more the merrier, to be honest with you. So that's why the communication is so important, because there's 9 to 5, right? So if Hannah can occupy the space
2-3 days, and then someone else can utilize it another day.
We just need coordination.
Coordination.
Coordination. So I have a motion and a second. Do we have all in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
All right. Congratulations on Vice Mayor passing her first resolution.
Yay.
Yay. That's her first one. That's her first one. Yes. You should. Yeah. Next item on the agenda, Madam Clerk.
Celebrate after this.
Yes. Congratulations. Yeah.
Vice Mayor, item is 15.1, FIFA World Cup 2026. We're at discussion items, Mayor.
Oh yes. Discussion items on FIFA. That is Mayor, right?
Introduce.
Do we introduce discussion?
No,
Do we? I don't know.
it's just a discussion item.
Yes. Discussion on Vice Mayor. That's your discussion item.
Yes.
We're gonna be brief because we have, we're.
Oh, really?
So historically, whenever big events like this come, right? Like the World Cup, the Super Bowl, the whatever else that people play, like tennis, whatever. There's always a lot of funding involved. Currently, I know that our PD has already been briefed on for the Hard Rock Stadium. And I know that our water department is also supporting this whole, the whole FIFA 2026. Now, with the resources being spent, I think that we should look for an opportunity to get some funding for some of our infrastructure or police or, whatnot. And I believe that, Commissioner Smuckler also knows about this because I think the chair is Alina. Yes, Hudak. And
Beach.
right. And there is there's a lot of, I think in order to get some funding, we would have to probably get on a committee or something. Like one of us has to send a representative. I'm not entirely clear about that one, but that's my understanding.
I just know FIFA's in Coral Gables. I've been to the building.
They just had
They had one tonight.
they had one tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I think County Commissioner Bastien had an event tonight talking about how, that is possible. So I've just seen that right now this is going to happen all over Canada, all over America.
It's going to be
all over
a major
Mexico.
event.
It's going to
here.
be gigantic.
It's going to be huge.
It's going to be huge.
It's huge. And I hear that this is actually the largest, most participants of all World Cups in the past. So this is basically something that I wanted us to explore and maybe discuss what we see as possible. And if anybody has had experience about it, I'd love to hear about that too.
Commissioner Jean.
Thank you. I think it's a great thought. I know I went to Greater Miami, had a panel about this, and so they're having conversations throughout the county on how municipalities can take part. I know one of the things that I've been advocating for is for our soccer program to be part of some of the initiatives that are going to come for youth soccer. But I do think that we need to also pair up with our county commissioners, like Commissioner Bastien, potentially Commissioner Steinberg, who may be more connected to what the FIFA committee is doing currently. So the meeting happened tonight in Oak Grove. Maybe we need to invite the board chair to come to North Miami Beach and see how we can maybe, and have those dialogues. Exactly.
Mr. Mayor, just wanted to state to all of the commission that we did have staff attend. Notes will be prepared and shared with you all.
Oh, great.
Additionally, I'm sorry, Vice Mayor, I'm sorry to interrupt. Additionally, we have reached out to Ms. Hudak to establish a one-on-one meeting with her in her office.
Thank you. Yes, I know you did mention that for me to have a one-on-one with her. Thank you so much.
All right, and I just want to say that about 10 minutes ago, I put my head down and Commissioner Florimond asked me if something was wrong. I'm like, no, I wanted to bang my head. I was so upset because at the best practice conference for the Miami-Dade County League of Cities, FIFA was there at the end, and they were giving out the FIFA scarves, and I had one, and I wanted to wear it during this discussion. I left it at home, and I'm was so mad at myself right now. But Miami-Dade County League of Cities did have the best practice conference.
yeah.
So I'm sure also through Miami-Dade County League of Cities that
Through the league.
through the league.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we'll be doing stuff.
Well, one thing, it's so close to North Miami Beach.
Yes.
We could actually put them in our hotel if we had one.
What hotel?
Well, we can all open our homes up as
All the ones that we
Airbnbs.
approved and didn't get built?
But one point that I think is very pertinent of this conversation is we have to be prepared. The chief has to be prepared with traffic. We have to be prepared with the rules and regulations. There will be people here to party, and we're just very close to where all this is happening. And I think we have to be very cognizant of what we have to do to prepare. We can't decide the week before.
No.
What are we going to do?
So I have some ideas that I want to run by you, and I don't want this preparation to go to waste. I have had been advised and given bullet points that were so wonderful. So there's, we could join the host committee. We could look into transportation. Perhaps it's something that we could do with our trolley, as well.
So the trolley.
No.
So
I'm
I'm
sorry,
sorry,
what I meant.
Vice Mayor.
In the county.
No.
Vice Mayor, Commissioner Smuggler has a thought.
Vice Mayor,
No.
So the trolley company that we currently use also provides service at the Hard Rock Stadium.
Well, there you go.
Exactly. So there's a lot of synergy there.
Yeah.
But
Okay, so wait,
to your bullet points, right?
Yes.
The bullet points, the bullet points that you have. Is there a way? Because I would assume you're looking for some type of consensus, and I guess giving that to management staff, right? I don't know if it needs a resolution, but is
No, I don't. I mean, maybe it does need a resolution. I don't know, but I just wanted to
say your ideas. Okay.
Yeah, to give the possibilities that have been created for me here. So I wanted to share that with you. So we have like transportation, public safety.
Commissioner Smuggler, as well as Commissioner Foreman, would like to see a copy of that.
Oh,
so you can distribute.
Sure.
You can email it to me.
To the clerk.
Okay. Great. Can I go through them now?
Yeah.
or-
No. If you can,
Oh, okay,
if you can go
great.
quickly.
All right,
I mean,
all right.
the titles and we're gonna have.
I know.
Yes. Go.
Okay.
Because it's not midnight doesn't mean we want to wait till midnight.
Exactly.
I understand. Okay, so coordinate transportation and parking solutions, right? Park and ride, shuttle sites. We have, we could benefit from maybe state or federal transportations grants. We could host fan events, like viewing parties on 19th or something like that, if there was a big game nearby. We could have fan zones. We could also adopt a team. I don't know how we would fight over that.
That would be a big problem. Real big problem.
I know, right? Because it depends. It depends on who makes it too. So that's another thing. But we could leverage on tourism. We could promote. We could get our businesses, our local businesses, ready for this. Preparation for World Cup. We could secure some local projects about like some tourism development grants. Maybe we might be able to get a hotel. I don't know if
In a year.
we could attract a team-based camp. We have Mishkan Park. Maybe they could, do some training here. Yeah, practices here. We could. And like I said, promote, we could collaborate with maybe the North Miami Beach Chamber of Commerce and see if they would like to, pitch in to do something to promote the businesses in our area. Now, I think the key thing is probably joining the host committee or something like that to be a part of it. But that's something that I can talk to. If anybody else.
No. I mean, I think the consensus is that we need to be more involved.
I'll be happy to give time to that.
And the
I'll be
staff
happy.
knows, Mr. Manager. And
I definitely want to be.
I think we all want to be more involved, and if you can come up with a strategy for us to be really plugged in. You heard some of the ideas. The Vice Mayor is going to send it over.
Yeah, I can send over the.
Please take that consensus and run with it. Next item.
Wait a minute.
Yes.
But I just want to credit I just want to credit Tariq and Hamid. I've consulted a lot with them, and they were giving me some good ideas.
Cool.
Yeah.
Commissioner Smith.
I just feel that if the city takes a soccer ball in our colors and just has a little slogan kicking forward to prepare for soccer or whatever, kicking forward, and then we get that so we can put it on windows and they're on board for economic development. That would be good. I'd appreciate that.
When is the World Cup?
Next year.
No, no, but when?
The summer.
June? Okay.
It's going to happen during our centennial, so we got to go big or go home. Commissioner Jean.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to get an update about the youth soccer program. Where are we with that? Any updates?
The one over at the school? Yeah.
No,
Sam?
there was another one that proposed a program here.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioner, through the mayor. We're talking about the program with Pat.
Yes.
I've met with him a couple of times. He has assured me that he'd be sending me the copy of their insurance and a signed agreement. So we're still pending those items, but I'll reach back out to him tomorrow. But I've talked to Pat a few times, and we're waiting on some items from that group.
Thank you.
Before we move to this point, like one good idea might be us to be considered a central location for media. We don't necessarily have to do like soccer, but we could be a staging area because of where we're located. A lot of these guys are gonna be staying over in Sunny Isles anyways. Instead of them driving all the way down to Miami or all the way across, we can be like, because we have the theater here. We could just be just that staging area, and that could just
We have a lot of possibilities.
Yeah, we have a lot of. I'm sorry. Next.
Back to
No. Next. No. Next.
Well, the Kick It Forward was great. Maybe we could present a pitch deck for North Miami Beach that encompasses these ideas to them.
Next is
But on her,
Centennial. I'd like to request
question
that-
about the soccer.
Yes.
I spoke to him and he said we're coming soon.
Okay, I'd like to request that, we lay out this plan as quickly as possible. I mean, of course, after I meet with Huda.
No, the consensus is there.
Yeah, so I mean, like, let's get a move on this one so we can maybe take advantage of some of the funds that we possibly can get.
Did you self-appoint yourself the soccer?
Soccer
the soccer,
queen?
the soccer
I don't even
czar?
know how to play, so
Well,
why not?
Mayor?
15.2, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Last month, I was requested to bring together as to what the task force for the Centennial would look like. The memo was distributed on early February, in which we would have one appointee from each of the mayor and commission. The purpose of the appointee would be either a resident or long-term, like business owner or someone who's operating a business long-term. We have several businesses that have been here for decades and decades, and they also provide value. It's meant to be a working group, and the working group would assist even with their experience and their skills in the actual branding, event planning, and graphic design, and so forth. So we want to make sure that those who are appointed have a passion for community engagement and a knowledge of North Miami Beach's history, again, has the experience and skills in branding, event planning, and graphic design, strong organizational and collaborative abilities, and the ability to contribute hands-on in the planning and executive and executing the executive, I don't know why I keep saying executive, and executing the centennial activities. So we ask that the members be able to provide ideas for the events, activities, and legacy projects, collaborate with local businesses, organizations, and secure sponsorships and partners, provide an input on branding, marketing, visual elements, and centennial promotions, assist in engaging the broader community to encourage participation, and work alongside you all, the City Commission, and staff to align efforts with the city's vision. And actively contribute to the coordination and design aspects of the Centennial initiatives. It's not meant to be a policy board, but a working group. So far, I've received one recommendation, which is for former Commissioner Barbara Kramer to be part of the working group. I have not received any other recommendations to date.
Mr. Mayor,
yes.
My appointee is Sally Hayman.
Oh, well, so now that we know the parameters, we'll be submitting our names.
I thought we were going to announce it here. I'm sorry, Mr. Manager.
Well, you have to pick another person.
submitting it here.
No, I mean, no, we can submit. I mean, we'll submit the directions given. We know the parameters. Each one of us will submit our names, and we'll have the full announcement. And by our next meeting, we need this to be moving sooner rather than later. We want to have. I do feel like we need a wedding planner, to be quite frank, to assist.
Yeah, and remember, it's a working group, so one of the other cities in a similar type of working group, the group themselves took on in designing a new marketing logo for the city. And that came about. They had a few different options. They came about. They went to the commission. Commission absolutely loved it. It was created, thought of, designed, and then implemented by the residents themselves. So we want a working group of people who have the skill set that can go into the planning, go into this, not just, hey, we want to have an amazing event, and then kind of leaves it all.
No. I think I just want to have a date certain for this group to meet. And hopefully within the next 30 days, they can do that. We have 2 names already. I'm pretty sure we can submit names as soon as possible. So just so these people can meet so we can get the show on the road, because this is coming very quickly, and I don't want us to just be, caught with our pants down. So thank you so very much on that discussion item. You have you have consensus, right? And we'll move forward to the next item.
Do you think next month you could start to tell us like what the schedule is going to be for a meeting so we can tell our appointees, or you're going to reach out to them? How's that going to work?
Once staff has the names, we can reach out directly to them and schedule the meetings.
That works. All right, next item, 15.3, Vice Mayor.
Can I comment on the last? I mean, by when will all the commissioners appoint their appointees?
I'm gonna do
it said March meeting.
I'll have it by the end. I will have it. I'm sure I can get
By the end of this week, maybe.
Lord willing, I'm gonna do my best. If not sooner. If I don't,
okay.
But I'm gonna.
No, sooner is good.
I
just want to set it by Friday.
I want this to move forward more than because like I said, I know this is
It's huge.
It's a huge event. Mm-hmm. It's a lot of things that are gonna be happening next year. FIFA being one of them, or what have you. And I just don't want us to be caught. One, I see North Miami planning, and I don't want to be caught off guard or just seem like we're not doing the best we can, especially given the fact of how big this is for us, and really putting our best foot forward. So.
And can I just say one thing, yes. Mr. Manager? There's when you think about it, there's so many people celebrating Centennial. Hallandale, Hollywood, all these people are celebrating. So whatever we're going to order or whatever we're going to do, we need to think about it and then do it so that there will be materials left and staff has time, etc.
All right.
And we also need to check with the other cities so that we don't do it at the same time, that there's no conflicting events.
Yeah. But if we can do if we can do it bigger and better, let's do it.
No, I'm just saying that
coordinate so we're cannibalizing each other's audience.
Right. I mean, I want to go to some of the other ones as well.
I agree. Let's
do ours last so we can make it better.
Because I want to move there. But one thing, I think you were there, Commissioner Smuckler, and Commissioner Smith wasn't there because I think she had something, and she was kicking herself when Golden Beach did their.
It was their 90.
I would never kick myself. I was with our honoring our police.
No. That's not it. This was
5-6 years ago.
5-6 years ago.
Yeah.
It was like 75
oh
years
my
or something.
God.
That was like, and they did not. I know that. Look, I know they have a lot of money over there.
I was out of town. Yeah.
But those guys.
Yeah, that was
impressive.
That was
They when they opened their building, the same thing. They don't ever. They don't plan. But then again, it comes down to resources. Okay. I mean, Aventura too does amazing things. North Miami does amazing things.
Yeah.
But we have to be within limits of what our community can handle. Yeah. We don't want to go into any kind of negative for this.
No, understood.
No, but reasonably, I mean, like Aventura probably has one event the entire year, and so they pour all their their resources into it, right?
But the thing is that just quickly, I don't want to go on to events, but I was sitting here when we said no events. Except, don't forget the Heart Walk. Except, don't forget Arbor Day. Except, don't forget, what about bringing back the Valentine's Day
Love it.
party. I mean, we say
why I
no
was saying-
No,
event.
but I didn't get
That's
love.
why
in
I
that.
asked if, like, in 2026, if we can just moratorium everything and just have one centennial and go all out.
We did
This
moratorium
is
everything,
basically
and then we
what's
kept
going
on
on,
adding. Yeah.
No, I mean, like, really, for real, like, they'll cancel everything and just have
For
one.
real, we had a vote on it. We
It
voted
is. We're not-
unanimously.
Like this year is
There was no money in the budget.
we had
and then
no like
yeah.
we have not had that many
That's true.
events compared to last year.
yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
we're begging money to do Arbor for God's sakes. So that being said, let's go to our next item.
All right,
Vice
next
Mayor,
item,
that's
okay.
yours.
So this came out of the meeting with the Department of Energy. When I was attending I realized like there's a lot of shortfall in North Miami Beach. We're a lot behind in terms of the times. There's a lot of things that, like, for example, like our city hall, right? We have air conditioning 2 modes, like cold or hot. So we don't really have the modes that are in between. We can't adjust the temperature. This actually tells me that, like, that air conditioning is way cold. And this is not, I'm not coming here to tell you, like, I'm starting.
Yeah.
No kidding. No, that's the reason. So when we're talking about energy and sustainability, we're looking at everything as a whole and the city as a whole. I know the manager put up an idea that I really like, which is, if we change all our streetlights to solar.
Yeah.
Right? That's like something that's on the books. Like it's moving in that direction. So if we could look to create something like, here's an example I have from Miami Beach. It's their sustainability plan. I think you guys can probably download this from their.
Please share that, Madam Clerk.
Okay. So there's like energy economic zones. Like there's different things. Like maybe we can look into certain vehicles that we use in our city that are not as demanding. Like, for example, maybe some police cars that are used for certain things are electrical and some are not. You know what I mean? Like there's
car.
and then we also okay, that's a little too much. But there's many electrical cars that we can think about. We're looking at, like, maybe trying to make NMB carbon neutral. Maybe try to look at how we can create parks, spaces, like Washington Park. Is that a energy efficient? Yeah, I think.
Yeah.
No, perfect. That's
the problem is that some of the things you're talking about, we have to spend money to save money.
No, exactly,
And
yeah.
I of course want to save money, and of course I want to save energy, but we may not have that money to do
Correct.
all this. So that's
Right.
part of the problem. And the other thing is,
But-
I'm gonna suggest that next time you have like things like that maybe you can give them to the clerk in advance so she can give it to us, and
Okay.
that we have it so we can see it also as you're talking.
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely. No, today is an exception because I just got back from Tallahassee last night, so I didn't have a chance to distribute this documentation. I definitely will have it be sent to everyone about this, but what I'm saying is, when we're looking to make it more energy efficient, sustainability, we're talking about, seawalls, like, what are other countries using? What are other places using? How is it more efficient and effective? Like, we should look at everything as a whole. Our streets, our lights, our, signs, our everything that could possibly be looked at. There's a lot of things that I see, like, having lived overseas and being to several countries, I see that there's a lot of things that we could do, like our seawalls, our roofing. Right? Like roofs. Like, I lived in the same house for 25 years, never changed my roof in Thailand. And we have monsoons all the time. So I think that there's something that we can do with that. Also the new homes, the building codes, all the things that we need to do. But this can look like another committee that we set up, possibly, that is a little more. I don't know how this is going to look. I'm throwing this idea out at you because I think that if we bring North Miami Beach up to date, when we are looking for grants and loans and bonds or whatever it is, I think we would have a good rating and it would fall into the future. We're looking at what North Miami Beach would be like in 20 years from now, 10 years from now, so that we could, stay. I think right now we're kind of like behind the times. So if we bring that up to speed, I think that would be really great.
Okay.
Okay, so, and how this looks is, after we share this, I guess we could look into possibly, what would be, Mr. Manager, what do you see as the next step? I haven't sent this to him either, so he's like, what?
I think you want to have more of an action aspect, maybe like, I don't say it's a resolution, but you want to have a very proactive approach, or at least put that through policy. I don't necessarily think, I think you can have that conversation with the manager, because there is certain aspects that will be beneficial in certain programs by just doing what you're suggesting, that would make sense for him to make those calls and then bring forward to us on a policy standpoint, because you're passionate about this issue, and pointing out aspects of really executing parts of it. You can do that with having the discussion and him making a decision, saying, okay, you don't necessarily have to say, I want a committee, or in that sense. I'm not saying that that's not where you want to lead.
Yeah.
I'm just saying those.
No, I got you.
You should have the conversation with them. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
All right, Mario, we have to.
Next.
No, I have discussion.
I'm giving him a lot of homework.
I have discussion on this item.
Oh.
I didn't know what the item was, but Mr. Manager, we have electric stations for your car, and they're not working, and they haven't worked for 2 years. Could we have that fixed?
Whenever FPL can actually finish their construction and activate them, we'll be glad to do that. We are constantly on FPL to be able to ensure that they do it. They've had to change vendors, I think, multiple times, and we are ensuring that they're meeting all the Florida Building Code to activate those charging stations.
But can we do something like a date certain or something? Can we? I mean, they're sitting.
No, we don't have control of that, man.
I know, but why can't we?
What, do it ourselves?
Get on them. I mean, 2 years is a long time to say we're waiting for them. I understand we have to wait for them.
Yeah, we are. From poles to undergrounding there. Mm-hmm. And now they always want to ask for more
So
money.
to put the energy into what she's saying, and then to have it depend on other people, and then to have no follow-up is also something in consideration.
I don't think, FPL is one aspect, but there's different programs that are separate and apart from FPL that I think the discussion might present itself. So that being said, let's go to your item.
Can I add a little something?
Yes.
I'm so sorry.
Go
Okay,
right
so the way that I see this whole, sustainability energy thing is more also like a representative from every group, like water plant, power, like public works and community development. We should all have like a representative on, like, in this discussion together, because somehow we have all these different departments that kind of don't have a link, and everybody's doing their own thing. And then I also see that there's a disconnect for me.
Well, no, you're setting up a policy that then you need input from the different departments.
Correct.
So the discussion has to start with him.
That's
and then,
right.
All right.
Okay, so with that said,
All right.
Okay, great.
Next,
We'll talk about the rest later.
Next item, trolley. Commissioner Smith.
Trolley.
Oh, the trolley, I'm bringing it up again, and please, everybody out there, dispel this whole rumor that we're getting rid of the trolley. We're not getting rid of the trolley. We need the trolley. There are dependents for the education, for the children going to school, for people going to work. I think the trolley needs a little bit of adjustment. I'm speaking from experience. A, I've ridden the trolley. B, I walk every day in my neighborhood. I watch that trolley go down the street and down the next street and down the next street, over and over and over, with no one or one person on it. So maybe regulation of hours. And otherwise, if we had the money, I think we should have the trolley 8 days a week. I think we should have 10 trolleys. But I sit up here hearing how we have no money. We have no money. I hear how potholes aren't being repaired, and the same money for the trolley could be used for the potholes. So again, this trolley, the sixth one that we rent, that goes from county to Aventura, that's where the adjustment needs to be made. Help from one of the other users is definitely my first choice. And
I have
Thank-
to, sorry.
go ahead.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I remember the last time we had this meeting, I also asked the manager what's going on with the trolley study. And the other thing is, so actually three things. So CRA funding, North Miami uses it for their trolley in the CRA. Number two, it's the advertisements on the trolley and the freebies.
Well,
So we're using the freebie in the CRA.
yeah. Well, the thing is, like and this is what I said, that this particular utilizing the CRA, and we passed our policy today as well. On top of that, that discussion or using some of those resources towards that needs to happen in the CRA, and I'm surprised it hasn't. So can we put? I mean, the CRA director is not here, but I will be making a recommendation that it's brought up, just because we need to offset some of those costs. So
Yes.
So I understand that. We understand and I say once we have that discussion to figure out what those dollars can be done, because I understand that the trolleys move and freebie moves from within the CRA, and to see how we can track it, then I think we'll have a more thought out way of really moving forward. So
Mr. Mayor, I spoke with Claudia Miro and from Freebie, I believe. She did say that they can track to the mile how many miles was run inside the CRA if we give that.
no, I would assume they could. I would assume they could. I mean,
Yeah. And the thing is, like, if we wanted to design a trolley that would connect all the trolleys, we could have it run in the CRA zone if we wanted to. But we needed to get a study.
to offset the cost.
Correct.
So,
So maybe one trolley could be paid by CRA if it's running across back and forth.
But that being said, let's have the discussion in the CRA. We have
Yes.
let's do that first.
In the
Okay.
CRA.
And I'll bring that on the next CRA.
Okay,
meeting.
let's bring it. All right. So
So
Mr. Mayor,
I have-
Mr. Mayor, to Phyllis, the trolley is coming up next month for their contract before us. So I think they heard loud and clear that we're discussing, and hopefully they'll have an answer to what we're saying.
Okay, and Mr.
I
Manager,
understand they're doing it, the trolley company itself is going to do a survey of what's going on with the trolley and the ridership. The thing that's important is all this discussion comes from over and over and over hearing there's no money for Arbor Day.
Well, no. See,
I mean,
no.
Wait. I just heard sitting here that the Arbor Day is going on, but they need money. So we have to recognize where does it go and how does it go. I got a big complaint this week, and I sent the pictures, I hope it was taken care of right away, of a sidewalk that was this far up, broken from the other sidewalk. I got the picture. Those are things that the same money does with the trolley. So I want us to really make it be the way it should be, the way you're talking about electricity. Let's be efficient. The way we're talking about what needs to be done in the city, let's be efficient with this trolley. It runs from so early in the morning to 7:30 at night. The thing that's important about that is if you have to go to the dentist or the doctor or the lawyer or the bank, they're not open at 7:30 at night. You have to find another way for transportation.
But the stores are.
I mean, so the problem is that how many people are going to the dentist or the the grocery store at 7:30 at night where the trolley's going to take them. So I'm just saying, let's be efficient with it. Let's be serious. It's not something to be mean. It's just be efficient with the trolley. The cost of what it costs and what it produces, let's just be efficient. And especially when it goes to a city that has the lowest millage rate.
Commissioner Smucker, you have the final
So-
comment, so we move on.
thank you. The manager met with the trolley people last month. Is there anything other than what was said already here?
It's coming back.
Do you have to add anything to that?
I'll be happy to give an update if the commissioner wants me to.
I would like an update.
Well-
Yeah.
Okay. I met with the contractor. He has hired on his staff a transit planner who formerly or recently had retired from the county. They're going to be looking at the various routes and seeking improvements. I've made some suggestions to try to get headways to trying to bring it down to 45 minutes as much as possible, as well as reducing the length of the routes. The misnomer on the trolleys is that this only goes to people to go shopping, and the whole purpose is to interconnect the county regional transit service, which is why you go to a park and ride and their bus stops, and connect it to places of interest where people work, as well as go to school, as well as shop, as well as other points of interest in the area. Now, we could have had a efficient recommendation that showed how to make these improvements over a year ago when staff recommended doing a professional study that would have made that information based on scientific data as opposed to a knee-jerk reaction. That had not occurred. We are now going to try to get, at least from the vendor's perspective, what they feel is going to be the most efficient route. They are also going to be putting together a proposal for the commission to consider next month that not only improves the routes according to them, but also updating our fleet. We own 5 of the 6. They are all past their prime. They are all past their life cycle. They're all basically falling apart. We need new trolleys. We need new buses. We don't have the funds for that because everything is a priority, but nothing is a priority. So they're going to be providing an opportunity for you all to look at and consider as to improving service, improving level of service, improving the routes, shortening the routes, and making it more efficient.
All right, we're looking forward to that discussion.
As well
Okay,
as
Mr. Mayor,
advertising.
I just want to correct one thing. Perhaps the manager didn't hear me when I said we use them to go to school, we use them to go to work. I didn't say that we only use them for shopping. I just want to make sure he understood.
I think
Thank
it's been
you.
clear. All right, next.
Comment about Commissioner Smith. The trolley is really not designed for school buses. I don't.
To replace school buses.
It's not. No, it's not. I mean,
No,
look,
it's not, but it could be used. But what I'm saying is if we have enough student ridership, right? So the latest thing that I've done was I wrote to the school board to ask about
school
if
board
we
right
can
there.
get, right here. Mr. School Board is sitting right here. He doubles up as a city attorney. So I wrote him an email and I mapped out the 2 schools, ATM and, the other school, that from Highland Village, it is just below, like 1.8 and 1.7 miles away. And I'm asking if they would be able to do that, seeing that Biscayne is a very high traffic road, right, high speed traffic road. And also that street that goes into it, like going towards FIU, it's not safe to walk.
no, look.
And also with the construction, they usually have a little shortcut that they take. And that shortcut is also not safe. So we're looking into, I mean, if there are, like kids that are riding was it Washington Park or?
No. There's
people
kids
who go to
riding.
school.
I've seen them cross.
Yeah.
Some of them can't wait that long. I see them walking past Target and everything else. So believe me, the need is there.
Yes.
So, but to your point, I'm glad that you reached out to the school board. Hopefully, you'll get some information back from our school board member. And can we go to our next item, which is 10's 5.5?
Are we? No, I'm not done with the trolley yet.
Oh.
Okay.
Yes,
you are. No, Vice Mayor. I mean,
take a vote.
no.
I want to know, like, what was the conclusion about the advertisements on the trolleys, and then also the trolleys that are outdated. Like, what are we going? I mean,
That's what's gonna be presented.
they're going to come and present.
Well, they didn't
with
talk about the
study.
advertisement.
And here's my stick with the study, right? So we're giving a lighter to the arsonist. Like, they are going to come and tell us that this is going to work, and if it doesn't work, how long will it take, and when will that come about?
That's what's gonna come.
Are they
back.
going to present next month?
Is it next month?
It's next month. Yes.
Okay, good. All right. I don't want to wait another 24 weeks for any study.
No, we're not gonna wait 24 weeks.
Okay, great.
Next
Thank
item.
you. Next item.
5.5. Commissioner Smuckler.
Okay, thank you. Before I bring this item up, I just want to thank our HR directors, Stacy Hipsman. Since I've been on this commissioner, I have been pushing to bring back the Civil Service Board. It's about a year or two ago. Yes, but then we got people on board, but there was never any meetings being held. There has not been any meetings held. So Ms. Hipsman has formed the new board again, is going to be holding a workshop with them, not with us, with them soon, so that they can understand their service, their duties, and Civil Service Board will be back and running again. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And no, 15.5 is 10 tables fees for city events. So at the Heart Health Walk, we supplied tables to vendors. Some vendors were selling and some vendors were health related. I did request, and whenever my committees do an event and there's a vendor, I do request, like for the back to school, I request that the vendors give a pencil, an eraser, something school related. At the Heart Health Walk, I request that they give something school related. But the point is that, and some are selling items as well, so. And I'm not even sure they're giving anything away. But the point to this, to me wanting to do this at the Heart Health Walk, first of all, there was a few vendors that didn't show up. And these tables, chairs, and tents cost us money to rent. Now, these people that didn't show up will no longer be invited to come again. But the point being is that I just feel that, especially for vendors that are charging for if they're selling something, or unless it's let's say it's a for-profit business that's just there to advertise, may not necessarily be not selling anything, but is there to advertise. I feel that we need to charge, and not for profit, but just for the cost of tents, tables, and chairs. And I wanted to discuss this with my fellow commissioners and hope that.
Did you charge this year?
No, we didn't charge, but I think we need to start charging because.
I think if you charge a minimal fee, they will show up. That
right,
in itself.
But I mean, especially if there's some people that may not be selling something, but they may be advertising something. And I feel bad because then we have people who are doing good. I'm just going to give Hannah, for example. They had a booth and they're doing blood pressure and stuff like that, and I appreciate that, and I wouldn't want to charge them. Or FIU was there and they were doing good, but then there's people who are there for profit or to advertise something, and I just feel that we shouldn't be giving these tents, tables, and fees, chairs for free when it's costing us.
You want to do like a penalty if you don't?
No, I want to charge in the first place, whether they show up or not. I want to charge the minimum. If it's costing us $20, then I want to charge $20. I don't want to make profit. I don't want us to be making profit.
So,
I just feel that we need to start charging tents, tables.
What's happening with Bike 305? How's that coming?
Wouldn't that be Andy?
Is Bike 305, are we charging for booth?
No, because I'm bringing this forward now. This is the first time that
It's the first time it's being brought up.
No, we used to charge, like when years ago, we charged, so I don't know.
Oh, I don't know that.
Okay.
How many tables and chairs did you have?
You had a lot of vendor spaces.
Yeah,
there was a lot of them.
I know. Ian is here. Maybe he can answer that. But
Yeah, but Bike 305 is similar to the Heart Walk. The
Yeah.
people that are coming are the bike shop who's doing the repairs for all the bikes, so you can't charge him for a table or, a booth, because he's bringing his people out there to do all the repairs for everybody.
right, but he's doing something in
and
return.
The county's coming, Sue from the county is coming, so you're going to charge the county for a table? When they're,
How many tables did they have?
How many
many
tables
tables? I don't
did
know.
we have?
Ian?
Like 20 maybe? Okay, so
let's
we
just say you had 20. I'm sorry.
so we had 27 tables, 27
I think it's a
tents,
good idea for the minimum that it costs us.
right,
for
and
sure.
40 chairs, let's say.
So you're
60 chairs.
Unless waived, depending on the situation.
Depending on the
unless,
situation.
Unless waived, right?
Right.
I'm thinking. It seems like there's a lot of different scenarios that can lead to different, like, desires as far as charging. Why wouldn't that be something that we leave up to the committee? Like multicultural.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, not multicultural. Multicultural. No, it was a commission on the status of women. for
Yeah, but
instance.
like, do you have whose committee does Bike 305?
Beautiful. Who does?
We don't have a committee.
You don't have a committee.
Is it Parks?
It's Parks.
Right.
Yeah, it's Park.
So then
I don't. Jesus, who's Parks?
Ian.
No, I know he's. I know he's.
whose committee is Parks?
That's Commissioner Jones' committee.
Yeah, that's Commissioner Jones' committee.
Yeah, why couldn't we leave something like that up to the
I
committee?
leave it up to the committees. I mean,
And I don't think we could charge for everything like Career Day. We're happy to have people come with businesses to offer their time to offer jobs. I don't think the Career Day we could charge
You'll
for
have
table.
a business that'll come that's gonna try to advertise like a technical school or something to get students to come in. So now this technical school is advertising their business. They have a table. They're advertising their business. They're not doing anything for you really. They're advertising so you come in and pay them, and now they're getting a free table.
I think the minimum charge wouldn't
Charge
hurt
them the
anybody.
most.
I don't think, may I?
yes,
I
Vice
think
Mayor.
we have we kind of have a policy about all the events where we would give facilities to nonprofits. So if it was like a 501c3, then we wouldn't charge, and then if they wasn't, then we would.
No, but the
No, I know these events. I mean,
no, the idea that that Commissioner Florimont pointed out should be. I think it really should be left to the committees, to be quite frank. I mean, outside of the major events, Snowfest or Monster Mash. That's when I see like 100, like.
But even
50 or 60.
even at Snowfest and Munster Mash, you have people selling things, and now we're giving them a free table to sell something,
right?
And we're not getting anything in return.
For the Snowfest, do we charge?
And I meant Snowfest actually.
I think you charge for nonprofit. You don't charge nonprofits.
So for Snowfest, we hire a vendor that does all the coordinating for the food trucks and the ones that come in the tents.
So they pay.
They go through that vending service.
Yeah, but we're paying a vendor. They're coming in, and we're paying for the tables, or the vendor's paying.
No, the vendor handles all the coordination, so they would handle how many tables and everything else will be put.
But
up.
we're getting
We're paying for it. Yes.
Right. So we're paying a vendor. We're paying for the tables, and they're selling and making. a
So
profit.
we can, I mean, up to the commission, but we can definitely, at your discretion, or you leave it to Parks, depending on a 501c3 or depending on what the actual vendor is. We can. I'd rather it be clear from you all, but we can charge what it costs us to actually rent and use those amenities, the tables, chairs, whatever it is.
Unless waived.
Correct.
The North Miami Beach Chamber charges for their big event when they have it in there. They charge per table.
Well, one thing. Well, since you bring up the chamber, like there's a lot of those chamber events happen in Aventura or like other places. So I'm not saying that I don't support it, and I'll always support the chamber. I'm just saying like there's certain things you can pick on. I understand the standpoint of what Commissioner Smucker's pointing on, but I also know there has to be some type of accountability, even in our major events. So the consensus would be like to show us the fee schedule, come up with a fee schedule, and allow in the policy in regards to the waiver if need be, depending on the situation.
We can hear you, Mr. Mayor. I can give you maybe like a fee kind of schedule that can be adaptable because those tables, chairs, whatever rents, they may change over time, and we go after the lowest bid. So we can kind of give you some type of pricing, but with the stipulation, depending on what the city is being charged per the lowest vendor.
All right, that's fine.
I have a question, Mr. Mayor. And I just want to, is this a staff issue? As far as, are you guys having a difficult time with this? With staff as Parks and Rec, or
this is something I'm
that?
bringing
So
up.
okay,
She had no shows. She had a couple of no shows.
Well, it started with. I've actually been kind of saying to my group for a while that we really should be charging for these tables because it's upsetting to me that we're paying for other people to make profit. So the no shows I think was just the knife in the whatever, and so I just. The no-shows are not going to ever show up again because we're not going to.
Yeah, you're not going to invite them again.
They're not invited. But the point is that I just don't feel that, especially people who are either advertising or selling, are doing it on our dime. They're using our table, our chairs, and our tents, and we're paying for
And
it.
staff setting it up.
And staff setting it up and bringing it back down. And I don't know if I guess it's delivered, but like even like that, if there's a technical school or a business school that's at a career fair, they're still making profit. Because if one person signs up to their school, they just made a few $1,000s, but it cost us, maybe $50 every time this happens, and so it's a few schools. So I can understand that you want our committees to do it, and I'm okay with that. I don't know about the other committees, if the other members, but then we have something like Snowfest, where that's not no one's committee, that's Park and Rec. So we should also give them direction.
No, I think it's a good idea for you to bring back a policy.
Yeah, come back with the policy. At one last point, Commissioner Zahn.
Thank you. I think it's a great concept to for us to try to add to our special events policy, to amend it to reflect some kind of sliding scale or tiered scale based on the size of the business or if it's nonprofit. But I do agree that I saw Pompano Beach, for example, had a parade, and everyone that participated in the parade had to pay a fee to participate. So I do think we need to amend our special events policy so that tables and tents do have some sort of fee, and also kind of determine where that fee will go. Will it go towards the operations of Parks and Rec, or will it be more like an economic development driver for the city as a whole?
I mean, I like your idea, but I mean, what I'm saying is, if it costs $50, we charge $50. I'm not saying to charge more than that. But if you guys want to do more than that, but
Don't limit it.
Yeah.
Let them come back to a policy. I wouldn't.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Next item. You got the consensus. Next item is Texas U-turn, which is, as was pointed out.
No, we're going to 15.6.
What's 15.6?
City.
Oh, sorry. Communications, Commissioner Smith.
Okay, so I brought this up because I got an email from one of the residents that she had a problem, and she sent a letter explaining it, but no one responded. So she went to the city in person, and she waited and waited, and the supervisor never did come out. So that's my third message I got about communication from the city to the residents, that they can't get anybody on the phone, that they can't get the department. So I was just wondering if we can tighten that up, if we could maybe make sure that when you call for a doctor's appointment, you can push number 5 if you want to speak to somebody. I would like that each department would have that ability, that somebody could, if they wanted to talk to a person, that a person would answer. That the communication from the city to the residents, instead of having an angry person they're angry because they're calling sometimes because they're angry. Instead of getting them more angry, I think we could nip it in the bud if we just had somebody say, thank you for calling, I'll take your name and number. And hopefully somebody will get back to them within 48 business hours. Can we tighten that up? That's what I really want to do. And even the intercommunication between all of us, sometimes I find out that you're having something that I'd want to attend to, but it's tonight, and I didn't know about it, and so I wasn't prepared to go. So just even the communication between us, can we just tighten that up a little?
Okay. All right. Next item is 15.7, Texas U-turn, Commissioner Smith.
That wasn't it?
No, that was. Oh my God! That was communications.
I could have sworn you said Texas U-turn.
Oh man.
He did, but then Andres corrected.
Ah, okay, got it. Okay.
I just want to look. I know you want to have this discussion. I still feel that. Would like to.
Well, if you shouldn't discuss it, then
Can we have can we table the discussion till after? Just because of the sensitive issue is.
Can she send an email to a resident that wants to know?
Yes, of course. Like, I mean, she's the procurement director, so like whatever, if you connect them to, I mean, she will answer whatever.
Why don't I connect you?
Yes, connect.
Okay,
So
would you
just-
like
yes,
to know
we're- yes, we're
the
good.
public information for the project?
Yeah, we're good.
Okay.
Thank you. I don't want to have any issues with that.
Yeah.
Perfect. Next item is city manager report. It's all in there, right? No, we were. We were. Yes, we just did that. No, just don't. We are item 16, city manager report. The reports are there, right, city manager? If you want to do a quick, because I want to get to the mayoral discussion because Arbor Day is there and one other item that I want to discuss. So if you want to go through real quick, 16.
Sure. Yes, we do have everything in writing. Outside of that, I just wanted to kind of just update on a couple of things that were mentioned earlier tonight and over the past several weeks. First and foremost, thank you to everyone that had the opportunity in the middle of the day, which is not easy for any of you because I know that you are all very busy and often working, but were able to join us with the Department of Energy coming down. That has been a process that over the past 2 years, we've been building a relationship with that department so that they can see what we're doing with the water department and the various initiatives throughout the city. We've received very, very good feedback. Obviously, federal and their budget and how that all works is constantly changing right now. But we still have that open line of communication, and they've even pointed out some grants that we are working on so that we can apply. So it is a very productive opportunity that we had there, and we'll continue to build those relationships. As many of you know, and the commission and the public knows, House Bill 11 and Senate Bill 202 continue to move forward. Yesterday, House Bill 11, thank you, Vice Mayor Sue, for traveling to Tallahassee to advocate for the city. The bill has gone through the third committee. It will be going to the floor. I don't have a calendar date for that. Unfortunately, these are scenarios where we sometimes find out the day before or the Friday before.
Yeah.
And so we try to scramble as quick as we can. It's why we have a team who is there every week during session. Although we have had several minor wins, what I would say. On this, we've made a lot of inroad. This is a effort that when the item did not pass last year, that week, they had people essentially already working on this year's bill. I have come to learn that there have been tours that the representatives have driven around Miami Gardens. And so this is a very concerted effort, something that's very important. There's a lot that has been said, a lot that has become very personal to the commission and to the staff here. We continue since I have come on to North Miami Beach. I have, from day one to today, and continue to fight for our city and for our residents and for our utility. I have always been open, honest, and transparent from the day that we started. I have offered multiple alternatives, and for the most part, those have been shot down. We continue to look for.
Mr. Manager.
We look
Manager,
to.
thank you.
No, it's not about me. I appreciate it. I really do, the sentiment. It's not about me. This is something that you all have been working on and fighting for many years, and I'm just continuing that direction that you all have given, and I thank each and every one of you for that effort.
What you've done it with such vigor, so we appreciate that.
And we're going to continue.
Yes, absolutely. As the other two items that I would just wanted to touch on, Commissioner Jean had asked with regard to the bus shelter. I'm going to get you more details on that. I know that we have installed maybe 2 or 3 already. One was over by 8th Avenue and 163rd. It was like a double shelter. But I'll get you. I remember one of the last conversations was the design concern because it wasn't as see-through and there was a safety concern that was brought up. But I'll get you more details out where all of the shelters were installed. And if something stalled, then I'll bring it back to the commission for April. And lastly, with regard to the speed hump, we have installed in 2 areas throughout the city. Staff is trying to work with the adjacent homeowners as to making sure that they're going to be okay with it, because when you install these, it's not just a speed bump that slows down traffic. It also creates a lot more noise. You have cars that slow down and then ramp back up. For us, when you're driving inside the car, you don't necessarily hear that, but it becomes a much louder and much more frequent, especially when we're trying to get these busy streets. So staff is working with homeowners to try to coordinate that so that we can put it in places that we won't be asked 2 days later to take it out.
Quick question, through the mayor. For sanitation, who do we reach out to in-house?
So we have, on an interim basis, we have Nick Williams, who has continued to work with Coastal and under the guidingship of Curleen as well. Both of them has been tackling the issues. I do believe we have had much less complaints coming. There she is. Much less complaints, and it's because they've taken on a very personal approach to this to work those things out. And they've been doing a good job. With that, Nick is on an interim basis. We do have that position advertised, and I believe interviews are trying to be scheduled so we can make that final determination and to keep that position permanent.
All right, Vice Mayor, then Commissioner Smith. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I just wanted to comment a little bit. I think that I think that our water issue is very deep, meaning like we've had a long history of things that have happened to our water plant. And when we are, presenting all this stuff, I think that presenting certain things that are factual is important. So I don't know, I mean, there were a couple of questions that were posed to the manager. If you listen to, they were talking about like, where did all the surcharges go, right? The surcharges actually came into the general fund in recent times because of the bills that weren't paid, for example.
No, we have a lot of, we have some major.
No, so what I'm trying to say is I don't know the whole story here. But wait, hang on. Okay.
Well, there's a reason. I don't want to cut you off, but I noticed that over the past couple of meetings, we've been having a lot of conversations that usually take place in executive sessions on the dais, and I just want to be very mindful of that.
We just got to be.
So what I'm saying is, my point to say this is that there's a lot of things that are going on in this regarding our water plant, and when like the manager has to go present something, he is like newer than me, right? I mean, I've been around when people were yelling about monthly billing. So,
but you're in PUC.
No, I was also on PUC, so I definitely, have more depth.
That was one of the main reasons I said, but I understand that.
No, but you know what I'm saying, right? So I know a lot, I mean, as much as I know and the updated portion, right? But, when we are testifying in front of the committees, I would like us all to be equipped with the same information.
I think,
and we need to, maybe have some kind of workshop on that.
To Commissioner Flourmont's point, we got to be very prepared. We all have made commitments to go up there and to advocate for the best interests of our city, and we will do so.
All I'm saying is the information that we have, we need to work as a team and get our narrative aligned.
Our talking points ready to go. We'll leave.
I mean, but we have been working as a team. We were working.
No, we have. But understand, like what.
Well, I honestly had to do research from scratch. Okay, when I went up there to speak, because nobody else.
But I mean, you should have called the manager and had people talk to you.
No, I did. I actually called.
She had a crash.
Myself.
She had a crash course, basically.
I had a crash course in the day.
But you also been here since November.
Well, I didn't know that that we have 12,789 customers in Miami Gardens.
Well, that being said,
And I didn't know that we have 7,239 customers in North Miami Beach. So that is paying for 12,000. And I don't know if any of you knew this before.
Well,
so I'm not saying, what I'm asking us to do is I think we need to collaborate, get our information straight, so that when we go speak up there, we're powerful and we're clear about what it is that is costing.
But Vice Mayor Sue, you're right. We have to know these numbers when we go there and speak. But if I'm not going to go there and speak, I don't need to know that it's 12,360. I can, if someone says to me, "Oh, it's 11,000," whatever. I don't have to be exact. But if I'm going to go there and speak, yes, I need that crash course. But if I'm not going to go there and speak with none of us, if we're not going to, you needed it and you got it, and that's great. But if we're not going to go there and speak, we don't have to have the exact numbers for everything.
wait, Vice Mayor. You got. This no.
Yeah.
Vice Mayor, understand.
No.
Understand what Commissioner Florma and I'm opining on that issue. So we understand what needs to be done. The manager understands that consensus. Let's move forward. That being said,
I have a question.
This is bothering me.
Commissioners.
And thank you for going, and thank you for taking the crash course.
Commissioner Smith, final point on this, so I can go.
Mr. Manager, I have 2 questions, please. Number one, I know you and staff have worked diligently on this for weeks. I'm very appreciative. And outside of the city, people that were at that meeting called me to tell me what an amazing job you did. So I appreciate that, and I called you personally to tell you. My question is, what are the other cities with water plans doing? I was on the PUC for 5 years as well. Are they up there fighting for their city as well? Number one. And number two, do you and your staff, are you gathering up some backup options for us so that we won't be behind the 8 ball?
Well,
I know you said you were, but
let's before you answer those, before you answer that.
Don't answer.
I won't be answering the second. I'll talk to you off the
the
dais.
second one, I just want you to answer yes. What they are.
I'll talk to you off the dais. The bill is written in a way that, according to the Spencer, it's only affecting us.
Mr. Mayor, moving forward, literally every conversation that we've had about this issue, even the most minute details, have been had in executive session.
All right. That being said, let's wait.
The problem is that Vice Mayor Sue hasn't had she hasn't even had an executive session at all. So so she can have the experience.
Mr. Attorney?
City Attorney. So we will have it. We through the if we can have it, because like I said, I'm pretty well educated. I think you need some more. For the people on this commission that are going to be going up there, please make sure they're well educated on what needs to be on the issues, so we can be well prepared.
The manager and I will communicate, and any commissioner that would like any additional information, we're happy to brief you, bring you up to speed, tell you everything we know. In my case, that shouldn't take but a couple minutes.
And understand, we're all elected officials. We do know how to talk. We do know how to convince. We convince people to vote us in. These are other elected officials that are up there that are going to be making the decision. Sometimes they don't, at the end of the day, they deal with a lot of issues. Our job is to advocate. That's it. We just got to do our best job doing that. So if we put our best foot forward, we're going to be successful. But going back and forth and going on strategy and showing our plays are not going to help us.
No. Mr. Mayor, I also want to tell you that everybody has a different style. I envy the way you talk. I always envy the way my fellow commissioners talk. I wish I had that ability. Everybody does it different, no matter what. If I had the figures in my head, I might not use that. So,
but you have a very different. You have a style that's very different. No. To your credit, you wouldn't be here if you didn't convince enough people to believe in your consensus that you could be elected in. So we all have this talent. We just got to use it.
So back to my original request was, I think we need to create teams and teamwork within the commission and the manager and the directors and everybody else.
Keep it to the sunshine. Keep it to the sunshine.
We're not voting on it.
You can discuss that in a workshop, but you cannot have an executive session because it's not labor negotiations or pending litigation. So it does not fit within the exceptions that would be necessary for an executive session, but you can have a workshop which is open to the public.
Yeah, I don't think we should.
What you say, or you can debrief individually.
That's the way.
We're happy to do
This issue, I even think tonight I concur completely with my fellow commissioner. This issue, we shouldn't be discussing it.
That being said, now let's move on to the next item, which is city attorney report. Do we have anything to report?
We're working hard and doing swell.
All right, next item, city. I would hope that you guys can allow if you said all your reports.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
PD and
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, go to your.
No. I want to. Can you do a quick update regarding the Washington Park, real
Yeah.
quick, please?
Would you like the full presentation or?
Nope. I just want to quick because the report is in our agenda. So if you there, so we'll just do a quick report because I want our birthday and one other issue. So
Good evening.
brief, please.
Sure. Contractor continues working on the force main trenching and.
Can you please describe your name and title for
I'm sorry, Aurelio Caminati, CIP Director.
All right.
So the contractor continues working on the force main trenching and pipe installation. The project is approximately 30% completed, and force main and installation is about 65% completed. The contractor completed doing the lime rock and asphalt restoration on a section of 14th Avenue and 160th Street. And we are working with a contractor to do periodic maintenance on water, placing water and sweeping during the project for dust control. So that's my quick report.
Thank you. If we can forego commission city reports, so I can go to my mayor's discussion real quick.
Yes.
All right. So one thing is Arbor Day. There's a shortfall.
Let me explain.
Please
okay.
do.
Arbor Day, we have in the budget $5,500.
Okay.
That's paying for the trees. To Mario's credit, his staff has said, okay, who's paying for police during the giveaway, so there's no problems. And we've never been questioned by that. And then they said we needed $15 or some fee, and we don't have the extra money.
What is the amount? What is the total?
I don't know the numbers. Friendly knows the numbers.
Have you gotten any sponsors?
It's Arbor.
No, but like.
For Arbor Day, no, we don't
No,
have
but-
sponsors.
So,
Guys, it's $840.
Mr. Mayor, I believe what was been going around was $800 for police services, and I believe that's already been worked out.
Okay.
Okay, but it's not communicated.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, but
Just happened, right?
Commissioner Chernoff, next time that happens, like I did for the Heart Health Walk, try to find sponsors.
Lowe's or Home Depot?
Okay.
Thank you.
That being said, all right. So
And you could even give more trees away because you'll have more money.
okay.
We always pay for the police?
Yeah, it was always rolled in.
No.
It was,
No, I'm asking the manager.
That was all you had. That was your.
no, I have one more thing. I have.
1 minute. Okay, we have till 12 o'clock. You're just trying to get us out early so you can say you did it.
No.
Could we just please hear?
You know what? Yeah, you know what? Part of me wants to say that, but at the same time, no. But I do. I will let Commissioner Smith answer to your point.
No, I just want to know.
Typically,
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. Very important issue.
No, Phyllis is talking.
Oh, I'm sorry, Phyllis.
Yes.
I thought she was done because he put his head down.
Commissioner Smith.
typically in the budgets, events when they're planned, police and staff presence isn't included in that budget. Committees or whatever the planning department does, they just use the full allocation, which in the budget. So over the past year, we've been talking about actually accounting for the hard cost, which is also part of the policy that was adopted by the commission. Those hard costs are the staffing, the rentals, the police presence. And so that is where the difference has been lately.
For the Heart Walk or for the Bike 305 or for any event we do, if the money's $10,000, the hard costs are taken before you do anything out of that, out of the 10,000. That's why you never had to come back and say we didn't have it. Why are you saying not necessarily?
Because this is the first time we've actually had to really
budget for that.
Yeah, this is the first time this ever happened. Before we never did that.
No, I think I did. I think I did it last year.
You did it? Yeah.
Yeah, for the Heart Health Walk last year.
Okay, sorry. Sorry.
Last year at the Heart Health Walk, we did it.
It wasn't a policy though,
I think it was.
because we adopted the policy.
You just recently adopted the policy.
Well,
We have
then-
been,
then you guys don't
we
get
have been, no, we have been trying to
You owe my committee money.
That's very important what you just said, and thank you for clarifying. So whoever's having an event, before they even plan their event, what they're going to do, they have to find out what the hard costs are for how much money's been allocated. So you'll know with your commission.
That's part of the policy.
Yeah.
It's already there.
A certain amount of days before so they can see the feasibility.
Yeah, that's what it always does. Yeah, but I'm just glad that we're able to fix the Arbor Day issue. The other issue I have, which is part of the mayor discussion, is something in regards to us and how we are. And I brought this up to the manager because of an issue that I saw happen regarding the sergeant at arms issue. And there were certain events that we were party to go to that I feel that sergeant at arms are warranted. And I spoke to the manager. I said, hey, is there, and the chief is here. And I brought this issue to him because I was trying to get something where it's like a part-time basis with retired officers. And one of the issues were the bargaining agreement and how that would be impacted. And I even went to Flo and the union and said, hey, I just want the bare minimum for certain events that on a part-time basis. This not has to be like full-time whatsoever, 2 officers at most, that would be there for certain security measures because, you know, I've seen certain things happen. I mean, like I said, I don't want to go too much in detail what happened to me. Even outside of the stuff that happens in regards to like recent occurrences regarding past issues, right?
Yeah, but Mr. Mayor, it was in regards to
what I'm saying,
one past employee.
But that's just one. That's one aspect of it all. What I'm saying is that I feel that you know, certain events, and depending on the policy of the manager that we drafted up or whatever, at a cost, at nothing compared to what was done in the past, part-time can be utilized, and city chief. Chief, if you can speak to that conversation, because like I said,
Before you motion.
it's a new world, and like I said, I don't want to speak too much on what happened, but I really feel that we need certain protections, and I'm telling you, it's really real out there. And I just want I spoke with the chief, I spoke with the city manager on this issue, and I just want us to understand that for the bare minimum, that we should have some aspect when it comes to these certain places that we have to attend. That there is some type of like assurances of our own safety and our own participation in these events. You know, that we shouldn't be relying on city staff in certain capacities, but I just think that, you know, other cities have it. If it's managed well, it can be done well. And Chief, if you can go opine, because I know it's 11:25, so please.
Sure. So in regards to the sergeant at arms, we've had many discussions, particularly with the union recently. As you know, right now, our current staffing level does not allow for us to,
because of that issue,
you know, allow 2 officers or 3 officers to be dedicated to the sergeant at arms program. So, with that being said, you know, there's issues with having part-timers with the union. Those positions should go to full-time officers that we currently have on staff. Basically, the union is saying that they're okay if we run the program as we've currently been doing in the past, but obviously that I would need a budget for that. That would cost money. Now, we don't need, in speaking with them, we don't need, let's say, 6 officers to attend an event,
I'm talking
right?
about 2
So it's
part-timers at most.
right. So it's a span of control for us to effectively provide good security for the commissioner, the mayor commission. We would need at least, you know, 6 officers on standby, right? So, for example, if 1 or 2 commissioners go to an event, I would assign 1 officer. 2 to 4 commissioners go to an event, I would assign 2 officers, and so on. So based on that, I would need to know more or less how many events per year would you all be attending, and then I can get it.
It's not just those, because there's certain things that happen on the fly. There's certain, let's say, here's an example. I'm not saying this is where it happened. Like we are invited to participate in certain programs that are dealing with resident-specific issues, right? And I don't want to name those specific issues, but we do get these invites that are on the fly within, I might say, and if it's possible, right, and it's available, no different than how you have officers say, you know what, if there's an event, let me put my name down so if I get called or whatever, because that's what you do have officers that put their name out for certain events like Snowfest or whatever off-duty events and say, hey,
Correct.
just leave my name in the pool. If I get called, I get called or whatever, right?
Yes.
So something to that, something like that, similar to like if like an event does come about that, you know, a commissioner can or anybody on this commission can say, hey, I want to do X, Y, Z. Is that available? If it's not, it's not. But at the same time, I want to have at least an option into that capacity because, like I said, it's a very different world right now, and this is not about luxury. This is about safety more than anything else, and I want people to understand this. And I don't want to play with anybody's safety on this commission. That's all. I want them to come back with a policy. I want something to be.
Well,
okay, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I don't want him to come back with a policy unless we all agree that he should or shouldn't.
Okay, no,
You know? And I just want to say that this could open a big can of worms, and you know, also define event because I sometimes have events 7 nights a week, sometimes 3 days a week, and you know, so does Commissioner Smith. And
I don't think any city of like if it's a city event, we usually gonna have officers there. We're gonna have officers there.
No, but not. So, are you saying we're gonna have a sergeant at arms to take us to a city event or to take?
No. I'm saying anything within our city. Like to me,
But if I need to go to a city event, there's going to be an officer there.
No, I'm not asking for that. No, I'm saying like stuff outside of our city.
But that's the thing. Sometimes I have outside of our city, I have every single night of the week. Outside of our city.
But the thing is,
and so does Commissioner Smith and you know, so many, and sometimes it's not even in the same places. So now what if all 7 of us have something to do? And also, and more importantly, Yes, I'm not going to even want to talk about the cost, but I don't even know if we have the officers to do this. I mean, I want our officers protecting everybody.
And this is what I want to make clear. This is not about any officers on duty. We're not taking officers off the road. That was made very clear. We're not taking any officers off the road. These are officers either part-time or I would hope retired that just have the ability to do it if need be. That they would be put themselves in the pool. No officer, we're understaffed to begin with.
Okay, but I'm very concerned about this events because I think all of us could easily have events. Four of us could have events in one night, and how do you divide 2 officers into 4 different events? But I want to hear from everybody because I don't want.
I have no issues, and I'll go down the line.
I am not for it.
Okay.
I have a comment to make. I think there are issues that are sensitive and that have discretionary context. So, you know, when one of us doesn't feel safe, there were measures taken. And I've been harassed many times. I've had to do incident reports many times. But I think one person's safety is everyone's safety.
Absolutely.
So, to that degree, I've gone to other cities and been harassed. So, this is a conversation that we need to have. Yes, if something happens to one of us, we all should be protected, and I feel like there shouldn't be an isolated incident that says, okay, now it's justified. But when somebody else makes mention of something, now it's not. So, I mean, that's something that we should also talk through as well.
All right, I mean, I'll talk. I don't care. I'll say it. I mean,
I'm not saying this as an.
The police department.
Let me finish for a second.
And you can ask the chief because I kept on saying, I don't think I need this. I don't think I need this. I don't think I need.
Commissioner Smuggler, this is not.
It's not something that.
It's not germane to you because I've had issues.
I know, but what I'm trying to say is I'm not saying that. Because it was for me, it was okay, but for someone else, it's not. Because you can ask the chief, because I kept on saying to him, I don't think we really need this. I don't think we really ask him. He's right there.
But here's a good point that I want. Here's a good point that I want us to kind of and analyze, so we don't make this personal. The chief can also speak to from the federal level to the state level to the local level threats. So that doesn't have to make it personal or germane to anyone's particular situation, right? I have situations, we all may have had situations, but when we're talking about threat levels and viable threats, the chief of police can also speak to that. So I don't want you to feel like this is targeted towards
No, but I just want to make sure that it's understood that because I had a threat and then
we've all had something.
Right.
We've
But
all
now
had
it's
something.
not because it's
it's,
you know, because
it's not
it
a
happened to
personal.
me, but now it's okay for no one else to do it. It's not like that.
Right.
I never
Right.
okay. I just want to clarify.
Guys, Mr. Mayor, and I think we also need to do the mayor a favor and govern ourselves, when we're having these kind of conversations, because to me, this is something that's a sensitive topic. Obviously, we can see that up here, right? I think if I may offer
Go ahead.
a suggestion, I think that perhaps each commissioner and the mayor should speak with staff and provide their opinions and allow staff to come up with something that makes sense and then present that to us, and then we can make a decision.
But if there isn't a consensus, then we just wasted staff time.
No, what I'm saying is speak to individually, each person could speak to staff about their concerns, right? And then staff can take that and come up with something that's comprehensive that we can discuss. Right now, there's nothing that we're discussing that is on paper. We're just having a general discussion, and that discussion is kind of morphing into something else.
The discussion should be whether we want a chief of staff or whether we don't.
A chief of staff?
Not a chief of staff. I'm sorry.
Whoa.
I think the discussion that the mayor. I think that the
sergeant.
Sergeant at arms.
No. Let me. Wait. Here it is. Chief.
It's about
chief.
safety.
City. This is about safety. Chief. City manager. Right. I want to see the most cost-effective plan, right, possible in running a bare bones Sergeant Arms program that could be presented, and to see if that could be an option that the commission can come to a consensus to agree on. I just wanted to put that out there, just like no different than how a policy discussion was brought up by a vice mayor, because certain things happen, right? I don't want to, like I said, this is public, and certain things have happened to me, certain things have other commissioners, and it's not anybody's fault. Let me just make that very clear, right? But it is a different world out here. And safety is paramount. People might make jokes about it, talk about costs or whatever, but if something were to ever happen, I don't want to have a woulda, coulda, shoulda type of situation.
And I think one of the points that you brought up, Mr. Mayor, was about cost. The same way we're having conversations that certain events we need to reimburse for certain things is the same way we can have that conversation. Commissioner Smuckler brought up that there may be several events going on. What is the rate for an off-duty officer? Is it going to come out of your contingency versus is it going to be covered generally by funds that the city has? These are conversations that can take place so that if you have an event where you feel that you might need some police presence, maybe it comes out of your contingency. That way everyone is a little bit more okay with the conversation of the cost for an off-duty officer. But those are the things that need to be hashed out. That at 11:36,
like I said, however you can work out the discussion with the union, I rather use officers that are off duty that are just volunteering for this and part timers, because like I know there's retired officers that would just love to have an opportunity to do this or whatever. That's all I'm asking. We're understaffed anyways. We're not pulling any officers off the beat. That was never my.
But didn't he just say that retired officers can't do it?
No. That's not what he said.
Didn't you say that?
So it would have to be a discussion with the
It's
union.
the union that would allow it. They could, and the thing is that I feel that they would, given the circumstances that we don't have enough staff levels to do it. That's what I'm saying. I think the union would allow that. So if the union would allow officers that would love to do this at a reduced cost, why not?
Mr. Mayor, could you clarify that? You think the union would allow it?
No, I
you don't know.
No. When I had the discussion with them, I called the union rep. I said, "Hey," I called the union rep. I said, "Look, this is a specific topic I have. One of the reasons when this was brought up not too long ago, that they said the cost would be this high. And he explained to me why he threw that cost number out, right? He says, well, I mean, they didn't really explain the way. I said, could you imagine getting a waiver, at least from you guys, allowing this to happen if there are officers that are part-time or retired that could participate? So yeah, we can have the discussion, and I just would like to have that discussion to see what those possibilities are. I feel they would do it. I honestly feel that they would do it, but I want that to come back after the chief and the manager has a discussion to see if that's possible. That would reduce the cost substantially, and give other officers that are just kind of like that would want to have an opportunity to participate, an opportunity to participate. Not any officers that are part of our active duty currently, but are either part-time or retired.
And that's subject to the union saying
Exactly,
that you could.
saying yes or no.
But, here's the question I have that listening to you and seeing a strong desire that you feel a need for this. What I have a question is, because we had two gentlemen with us at one of where you were honored, which I was proud to see. And, they stood the whole time. But sometimes we go to an event and you don't stay. You're only there for half an hour, and the rest, some others stay for 3 hours or 4 hours. So, and I don't feel having one person there would be protective. I feel like, yes, we are in a different world for sure, and we're involved in very different, very important situations that we're in right now, whether the Haitians and people are, deported back to their country, whether the Israelis are being bombed, whether we go to these things that are very volatile, but having somebody stand right there, is that a protection that could save you, that would make you feel protected? So there's that element of the very big fear. I certainly understand it. There's also the element of going to an affair like, that the senator did last weekend for abused children, to have somebody stay there for 5 hours or 4 hours or 2 hours. I'm trying, because is there a minimum and you only want to stay for 2?
No, I just want to have the policy. I just want to see what they can think of and have that come back. So,
because I want to support your need, but I'm not seeing how the need works. I want to understand how it would work, because we all know you can go to Publix and have something. We all know that the protection, how would it even work if you're on the dance floor and I'm at the dinner table and they're protecting us or something? I mean, I'm just saying, how would it work?
There's a police officer and she wants to go home and I want to stay,
Well, that's what I was saying, because many times, I want to understand it, and I also want to understand how does the time work, because some things are an hour away. I know that, some things you have to drive. It took 45 minutes to get to Hard Rock. So does that start with the police officer leaving his house? You have a minimum of 4 hours and you only stay an hour, or you've booked them for 4 hours and you including the driving time, it was 5.5 hours. I just wanted you to give me more of a concept of how it's going to work.
And I'm asking
I guess the chief would help me with that.
I think the chief's going to help. I think management's going to help on that. I'm not trying to reinvent the wheel.
I can tell you one thing my husband would say: I vote yes twice, because he always says to me, be safe, be safe, be safe. But safety's a funny thing in this world. I mean, we don't know. I don't know. They walk us to a car at night. I want to comment. I have one important comment. Yes. You have done a remarkable job. Training your staff. Yes. Because when they walk me to the car, they look in the back seat before they even open that door. I get chills thinking about it.
So, like I said, because I don't want.
Well, they figure you can fend for yourself.
I would hope they check, Jay. Commissioner Trump. That being said, you heard the conversation. Chief, please have the conversation. Please find out what would be the most cost-effective policy and just present it to us at the next commission meeting. That's all. Nope. Now I'm going to go to last commission item, which is 2020 item 21. 2020 will be our next commission meeting. Will be Tuesday, April.
we received from the water plant director? I mean,
Yes, we all received it.
yes. And we're not taking any action on it. Oh, are we going to do something about this or?
It can be brought up at a next discussion as a discussion item. Yeah, it's gonna. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It goes to PUC. Like,
Didn't PUC vote on it already? This was actually left from the PUC.
they had a meeting on it. It was this past.
Okay, so you guys, I just wanna, I'm sorry, commissioners and mayor, I just wanna get you present to the fact that we're losing at least 4.6.
No. Vice.
I don't understand why we can't mention this because.
No, Vice Mayor. It's a public record. No, nothing is saying it's a public record. What I'm saying, Vice Mayor, is that this was brought up during the PUC. I understand how passionate you are and tackling.
But it could be detrimental. It could be detrimental.
And I'm
Microphone, please.
I want to see what actions we could take.
Have you had a discussion with the manager at all regarding those actions?
Or the head of the water department.
Or the head of the water.
No, I've spoken to the head of the water department.
But have you?
I'm also going to talk to him, but I mean, I'm just bringing this up because I think that it's worth discussing.
Yes. All I'm saying is.
To make you feel better.
No,
It's a
not to make me feel.
It's a cost of doing business. It has to be done. The water department has to figure out how to pay for it.
All right. So that being said, and I want to close. I want to close, and I'm going to go to our next.
Okay.
Item 20 is next regular commission meeting is Tuesday, April 15th, tax day, 2025. And before we adjourn, I know that we have a lot of things. April 15th, tax day, isn't it? It's tax
Yes,
day, right?
tax day.
We all love that day. That being said, I want you guys to be cognizant. We're in an honor system. I know we want to honor a lot. We had a very packed conference today. So I just want everybody to be mindful of that. That's all. I have no problem with honoring anybody. Just be mindful of how many items are put on there. That being said, can I have a motion to adjourn?
Wait. Because you brought that up, Mr. Manager, I would like you to bring back that policy that you brought forward before. Lynn never saw it on what we said about proclamations and certificates and everything.
But wait. That wasn't, no. The discussion that we had, that's not what I was talking about. The discussion that we had was, and she was here, that we can be very cognizant of the commission conference and limiting as much as we can of what's on the commission conference. Now, in regards to to how we honor, I feel that we've been, everybody's adults here. Everybody knows what they can and cannot do. I want to leave everybody to have the freedom to do what they want to do. So I'm just saying, like, for the next commission conference, can we be mindful? Because we had like a list.
15.
We had 15. So that's all. So I want us to leave good and happy. We're all adults. You guys can honor whoever you want to honor. Let's just move forward. We all and understand that we represent the city as a whole and individually. That being said, can I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
All right. Thank you. Have a blessed day.